I'm getting everything ready. I was planning on starting that too. right. Here we go. All right, so today I'm going to do a bunch of research about the Gulf War, which I know a little bit about it, but I just wanted to get more information about it. So I have my notes up here. Yeah. So the Gulf War basically was a conflict between Iraq and America during 1990 and 1991. That happened because Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and then America stepped in, and it was probably one of the fastest wars in American history that ever happened. I don't even know if they declared war through Congress or not, but we'll see if I guess we'll find out about that today. Yeah, I thought first we might just watch some videos about the history of the main people and countries in the Gulf War, and then we do research actually about the Gulf War. But I felt like we need some context on every single person and country before we really get into it. So, yeah. Boom. All right, let's watch a video about. We're just gonna watch some quick history videos about every single one. So I guess this one sounds good right here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Oh, what the
fuck? This is Asia, and here's Iraq. Now let's Iraq.
Oh, well, what the fuck?
Hello, everyone, and welcome. It's called Mesopotamia, the green. Shall we? The tale of Iraq is an exceedingly ancient one, and its present-day borders encompass a sizable chunk of that miraculous region the Greeks called Mesopotamia, the green fertile land between the rivers Euphrates and Tigris. It was along the silt-rich banks of these life-giving waters that the very first civilizations in the world arose. The earliest full-fledged one was Sumer, which sprouted in the 5th millennium BC. The Sumerians are mostly a mystery, but one thing is certain: they were exceptionally clever. Making good use of the verdant ground beneath their feet by extensive agriculture, they went on to build big cities like Uruk and and invented both the wheel and writing. We call their script cuneiform. They would scratch their markings into wet clay with reed styluses and then bake the tablets, leaving them with, well, a hard copy. The Sumerians spoke a language
One sec here.
Isolate, speech not related to other tongues, and with it they told tales of their gods and heroes like Gilgamesh, the super-strong part-god king of Uruk, who searched in vain.
What the fuck, bro?
For eternal life. They built enormous mud brick step temples to their deities called ziggurats, and war was apparently quite common. Sumer ended up conquered by the Semitic-speaking Akkadians under Sargon of Akkad, whose life bridged the 24th and 23rd centuries BC. The Akkadians were so pleased with Sumerian culture that they...
Bro, this is fucked.
They adopted it wholesale, and the Akkadian Empire attained its peak under Naram-Sin, who very humbly referred to himself as a god. Akkadian dominance of Mesopotamia set the framework for the next two major civilizations of Iraq, one of which held sway over the north, Assyria, named after the city Ashur, and the other over the south, Babylonia, named after the city Babylon, as if you couldn't tell. Our attention will now switch from one to the other, like heads watching a tennis match, as each take...
Why is the internet being so slow. Why does it keep buffering?
Saturn being in the ascendancy. We start with Assyria, which became a noteworthy kingdom after the early 2000s BC, enriched by trade. As it declined, power was augmenting down south, which had seen an influx of Amorites from the Levant. They turned the unassuming town of Babylon into something mighty, conquering a lot of clay with King Hammurabi in the 18th century BC, who defeated the Assyrians and became master of Mesopotamia. Hammurabi is most famed for his code of laws, one of which declared, if a builder built a house that collapsed, then the builder would be executed. As is usual with strong kings, they are typically followed by weaklings, and Babylon lost land and ended up sacked by the Hittites from the west and then conquered by the Kassites from the east. Heading back north, we find Assyria recharged and more militant than it was before. To survive in ancient Mesopotamia, you had to be tough, and Assyria was frequently at war with its neighbors, and very often the aggressor, seeking land and resources, and boasting in inscriptions of how great they were. Be it so, Assyrian might slowly dwindled in the wake of the Bronze Age collapse, and new migratory arrivals of semi-nomadic Arameans and Chaldeans brought more changes, the simpler alphabet and language of Aramaic becoming the common tongue of the Middle East for centuries. Now let's head back to Babylonia. The Kassites who'd conquered it proved able administrators, and took pains to re-glorify the old Sumerian city of Nippur, but they were constantly harassed by Assyria, and ended up overrun by the Elamites in the 12th century BC. Back up north, we find restless Assyria reawakened and ready to roar, and they
Motherfucker. Fucking internet, bro. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna disconnect my phone from the internet. See if that helps.
certainly did that. The Neo-Assyrian Empire burst forth and conquered a formidable kingdom under impressive monarchs with impressive beards, leading updated, well-organized armies that saw Assyria become a superpower, feared by all surrounding nations. The Assyrians were not the people you wanted to mess around with, and rebels would commonly be impaled, burned, or skinned alive. Shalmaneser III called himself king of all peoples. Tiglath-Pileser III conquered Babylon. Sennacherib destroyed it and beautified the Assyrian capital of Nineveh. Esarhaddon rebuilt Babylon and conquered Egypt, and Ashurbanipal established a great library which has preserved for us many precious ancient texts. After him, Assyria, exhausted from centuries of battle, finally fell forever after its enemies joined forces and invaded. Back south now to Babylon, which under Nabopolassar was freed from the Assyrian yoke. He founded the Neo-Babylonian Empire, which reached its peak in power and prosperity under his famous successor, Nebuchadnezzar, who extended and adorned his capital with glittering temples and bulky walls and gates of glazed brick of brilliant blue. And tradition holds he constructed the legendary Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the world. The glory of Babylon was but ephemeral, however, and after Nebuchadnezzar, it weakened and ended up like the rest of Iraq, conquered by the Persians under Cyrus the Great in the 500s BC. Greek rule followed after Alexander galloped onto the scene in the 300s BC, but then the forces of Iran returned in the 2nd century BC with the Parthians. Rome made several incursions into Iraq, and the 1st century saw the Assyrian people adopt the Christian faith. Iranian rule continued for centuries more under the Sassanid kings, and Persian culture permeated Iraq. The 7th century saw the Arabs invade and conquer the country and introduce Islam, which would become the land's majority religion, and Arabic replaced Aramaic as the common language. Under the Abbasid Caliphate in the 8th century, the city of Baghdad was constructed and soon became a flourishing hub of knowledge and culture during what's called the Islamic Golden Age. Arab scholars worked along with Persians, Jews, and Christians to study and translate Eastern as well as Greek philosophy, science, and mathematics, and themselves made a number of advancements to enshrine in Baghdad's grand library the Bayt al-Hikmah. Al-Khwarazmi pondered algebraic calculations, Al-Kindi philosophized, Al-Mutanabbi penned his poems, Al-Tabari commentated on the Quran, and Ibn al-Haytham is known as the father of optics. Conversely, these gleaming endeavors occurred alongside the forced agricultural labor of African slaves called Zanj, who rose up in a bloody revolt in the latter 9th century. The power of the Abbasid caliphs diminished, and control shifted to the Seljuk Turks. 1258 would prove to be among the most unhappy years Iraq would ever know, for it saw the vicious Mongol invasion, whose forces mercilessly butchered the population of Baghdad. Mosques and shrines in the great library were burned, and it was said the Tigris River flowed black from ink. Devastated Iraq long languished amid the miseries of hunger, plague, and poverty, and as if they hadn't endured enough, the brutal hordes of the conqueror Timur dealt Baghdad a blow in 1401 that would have made the Mongols queasy. In short, 120 towers were made from the decapitated heads of Baghdad citizens. Timur also took great delight in killing Christians, and almost single-handedly exterminated the Assyrian Church of the East. Iraq then became a battleground, fought over by the Safavid Persians and the Ottoman Turks, the Ottomans gaining the upper hand in the 17th century. But there wasn't a lot to rule over in melancholy Iraq, so the years passed dustily by. Trade thankfully resumed, and manifold Arabians migrated into the region. Then, in the early 20th century, Iraq found itself entangled in World War I, due to being part of the Ottoman Empire, which had allied with Germany. The British invaded, defeated Ottoman forces, and took command in 1917. The mandate they established upset the independence-hungry Arabs, and both Sunni and Shia tribes arose in revolt, as did the Kurds up north, who wanted their own nation. The Kurds are an Iranian people, considered by some to be descendants descended from the ancient Medes. Anyway, the British quenched both rebellions, but granted Iraq more autonomy, and Arabian Prince Faisal was installed as king in 1921. And though Iraq gained independence in 1932, Western influence persisted, and to free the country entirely from foreign sway was the goal of the 1958 revolution, which overthrew the monarchy. The new regime was then toppled in 1963 by the Socialist Nationalist Ba'ath Party. You might even say the regime had taken a Ba'ath. Boo! And under Ahmed Hussein al-Bikr, the country began doing pretty well. Oil sales proved very lucrative, and living standards improved. In 1979, the president stepped down and was replaced by Saddam Hussein, who had pretty much been running things anyway and played a big part in modernizing the country, and now swiftly acted to have his opponents executed. This was the same year as Iran's revolution, and while the two countries were already not on good terms, they were both majority Shia Muslim, and Saddam did not want his people espousing revolutionary sentiments that might threaten his position. This and other reasons led to the Iraqi invasion of Iran, but the Iranians were not exactly pushovers, and the hard-fought war ended with nothing gained but a lot of life lost. And Iraq was not exactly the most popular country on the block after it was accused of using chemical weapons against civilians such as the Kurds. The war left Iraq very much in debt and unable to repay the multiple billions it had borrowed from oil-rich Kuwait, and Kuwait hesitated to answer Iraq's appeals for economic forgiveness, and tensions escalated after Iraq accused Kuwait of pinching Iraqi oil by diagonal drilling, and it ended with Iraq invading Kuwait in August 1990 and quickly taking control. Saddam very likely had not anticipated the outrage his invasion would cause in the international community, but it did, yet he refused to withdraw. The United States subsequently led an enormous coalition of forces against Iraq in the Gulf War, the combat phase of which was called Operation Desert Storm, and Iraqi troops were kicked out of Kuwait, but made sure to set hundreds of oil wells on fire as they retreated. Yet something stung Iraq more than this defeat and the war-torn wreckage the country had become. The crippling UN sanctions that halted Iraq's oil exports and acted like a jackboot on the nation's neck. The UN wanted Iraq to disarm and to shut down its weapon facilities. Iraq's complaint that its national sovereignty was being abused went unheeded. In 1995, an oil for food program was formed in which Iraq could sell its oil in exchange for humanitarian aid. In 2003, the US, believing that Saddam was secretly stockpiling weapons of mass destruction, invaded in March, taking Baghdad in April as the British occupied Basra. Saddam was captured in December and later executed by an Iraqi court. Now, as bad as things had been in Iraq, they only got worse. There were no weapons of mass destruction. Anti-American militias popped up. The terrorist organization of Al-Qaeda caused all sorts of havoc as the Americans were torturing and degrading prisoners. A most wretched, ugly, ignoble time. Estimates for the number of deaths caused by the Iraq War vary, some positing over 1 million Iraqis killed. US soldiers were withdrawn in 2011. The same year Syria, next door, collapsed into civil war. A considerable measure of additional chaos hurtled into Iraq, notably the rise of terrorist mob ISIS, who menaced the country, committing genocidal massacres against the Shia, Christians, and Yazidis. After 2015, ISIS began to decline from the combined efforts of the Iraqi military, Kurdish fighters, and US airstrikes. Understandably, protests over the state of the country began springing up amid all the protracted bad conditions. So that's the sad story of Iraq so far, and one can only hope happier days await the land where civilization began, the land of Abraham, Babylon, and the Arabian Nights, as it works to recover and rebuild and repair the cracks and breaches that have for too long hindered the country.
So now we're gonna look at the history of Kuwait. Both of them are pretty short. Let's do this one.
Happy holidays, everybody. Today we're going to do some pet-friendly spins on holiday classics.
Kuwait. It's a small nation located here between both Iraq, which many times has wanted to annex the country, and Saudi Arabia, which has also many times wanted to annex the country. Yet, despite the fact that Kuwait is much smaller than its neighbours with very little in the way of deterrence, it still stands. Which raises the question, why? Why does Kuwait exist, and why hasn't it been annexed by one of its neighbours? So, going back to the mid-19th century, Kuwait was an independent sheikhdom based around Kuwait City with some very loosely defined fuzzy borders because desert. Kuwait was a very busy port which carried goods from all over the world and as a result was very rich. Next door sat both the Ottoman Empire and the Emirate of Najd, which both wanted such a wealthy port for themselves. However, the Kuwaitis were able to play both off of each other and would often submit to paying tribute in return for its continued independence. That was until the British turned up, and in 1899 the Sheikh of Kuwait made an agreement with them. In return for Kuwait's continued existence as a British protectorate and a few sacks of cash, Britain would have exclusive military access to its lands and would negotiate any border changes on its behalf. The Kuwaiti Sheikh had hoped that this treaty with the British would guarantee his state's independence long term, but fun fact, no. You see, Britain wasn't interested in having Kuwait for itself, it was interested in France, Russia and Germany not having it. And so the treaty had effectively allowed Britain to negotiate the status of Kuwait with any power that it wished. And it chose the Ottomans. The British knew that the Ottoman Sultan had wanted Kuwait for a long time, and so in 1913 they drafted an agreement with him that would split the Arabian Peninsula like this, which as you can see gave Kuwait to the Ottomans in return for these lands for Britain. As upset as the Sheikh would have been about this, it didn't matter since the next year, World War I. And after the destruction of the Ottoman Empire, the threat to Kuwaiti's existence was gone. For like 4 seconds, because to the south sat the Kingdom of Najd, which swiftly conquered most of the Arabian Peninsula and became the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Sauds wanted Kuwait to be a part of their new kingdom and made several attempts at conquest between 1920 and 1922. The fighting was fairly small in scale at first, but when things heated up, the British intervened and put pressure on the Sauds to stop. And in the end, it was decided that Kuwait would lose most of its territory to Saudi Arabia, and in return, British interests there would be protected. So to the north now sat the brand new Kingdom of Iraq. whose people saw Kuwait's independence as unnatural and only the result of foreign meddling. And as the decades went on, both in Iraq and in Kuwait, there was an ever-growing movement to unite the two. However, since Kuwait was a British...
That also was a reason why the Gulf War happened, why Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, is because he said they believed that Kuwait was actually Iraqi territory.
Protectorate, Iraq couldn't invade, and the Kuwaiti rulers there imprisoned anyone who wished for unification, which meant that nothing changed until the 60s. And that change was the decline of the British Empire, which left the country in 1961 shortly after its oil industry had boomed. So, being an oil-rich country surrounded by other larger oil-rich countries meant that some tensions were inevitable. Iraq, now led by Saddam Hussein, had racked up a lot of debt fighting a war with Iran, which they believed had been fought on behalf of the Arab world, and as such, that world owed them. There were some choice words, and Kuwait increased its oil production to punish Iraq, who then accused them of stealing oil and so sent an angry letter. And by sent an angry letter, I mean they invaded Kuwait in 1990 and formally annexed it into the country. To the rest of the world, this was a bit much, and after Iraqi forces refused to withdraw, these countries invaded and drove them out. Kuwait's independence was restored, and thereafter there were no further attempts to annex the country, and its existence would be assured. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and thank you for watching, with a special thanks to my patrons, James Bizanet, Kelly Moneymaker, Mr. Wolf, Sky Chappelle, Jerry Lambdin, YN Hockey, Marvin...
Now let's look up a little bit of the history, watch a video about the history of Saddam Hussein. Let's see if there's a shorter one. Yeah, let's watch this one.
Saddam Hussein was known as the Butcher of Baghdad, but you could say he was more of a shepherd who led himself to the slaughterhouse. Like many dictators, his rule is marked with the tropes of any tyrant: oppression, aggression, and violence. Yet, he stands apart from the likes of Hitler or Stalin for doing what they couldn't do, or wouldn't do. Saddam means the one who confronts.
The one who confronts. That's kind of a cool name.
So it's a fitting name for a man whose time at the top was marked with backstabbing, wars, and invasion.
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
Thankfully, his reign of terror finally ended when he was forced into exile and found hiding in a tiny dugout on a secluded farm. But was his end out of the blue? Or had there been signs that it was a long time coming? Whatever you think you know, we promise there's more to Saddam's story than meets the eye. So it's time to learn how history works as we uncover Saddam Hussein's rise to power and fall to madness. Saddam Hussein caused problems before he was born, on the 28th of April 1937. His brother and father had died of cancer in the months leading up to his arrival, and his broken-hearted mother believed the unborn child had cursed her. She claimed Satan was in her belly and tried to abort the baby, and even tried to take her own life. Things didn't get better once he was born. His mother abandoned him, and he was forced to be taken in by an uncle. He would return home when his mother remarried, but according to a CIA profile, Saddam would be regularly beaten by his stepfather.
Fucking A, bro. What the hell?
Apparently, the vicious beatings were used to wake him up. This early childhood trauma might explain how Saddam eventually became a...
What the fuck? Come on.
full-fledged masochist. By the time Saddam was 10 years old, he had had enough, so he fled to Baghdad. Unlike his village near Tikrit, the city had roads and electricity. Most importantly, Saddam now had a father figure, his uncle. His uncle was a devout Sunni and a veteran of the 1941 Anglo-Iraqi War, which meant Saddam's blossoming interest in violence would soon receive a political greenhouse to grow in. Iraq had been changing a lot since the Ottoman Empire fell at the end of World War I. The British thanked the Hashemite family for joining the Arab revolt against the Ottomans, and so installed them as a monarchy in the newly crowned Kingdom of Iraq on the 23rd of August 1921. But there was criticism of it being a puppet monarchy. So, in 1941, the anti-British and pro-Axis politician Rashid Ghalani worked with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy to overthrow the king. A month later, a British-led military alliance forced Ghalani from his throne and reinstated the Hashemite family. This means Saddam's formative years were ones of coups and political uncertainty. But Saddam's uncle was a devoted teacher. Not only did he send Saddam to a nationalistic high school, but he also wrote political pamphlets at home. One had the catchy title of "Thee whom God should not have created, Persians, Jews and flies." It might not have had the catchiest title, but Saddam would make sure that under his reign, plenty of children would be forced to read it. Whether at school, at home or in the village, Saddam was exposed to a hotbed of political and religious ideology. It is perhaps not surprising that he would take an interest in politics. Though he did study law for 3 years after high school, the 20-year-old would drop out of his course to join the revolutionary Pan-Arab Ba'ath Party. It was the same party his uncle was part of, which meant Saddam was now wholly dedicated to learning its ideology, which included a desire to become a one-party state. This was a time of revolution. Egypt's Nasser was galvanizing grassroots movements for Arab nationalism. At the time, there were only 300 members in the Ba'ath Party, but soon, numbers would grow, and Saddam's familial connections would bring him to the top. The start of his rise to power happened just 1 year later, with a coup d'etat that removed the royal family once and for all. The July 14th revolution took place in 1958 and was led by Abd al-Karim Qasim. He ushered in the Iraqi Republic, but would not remain in power long. In his cabinet were Ba'ath Party members, who were growing angry that the guy they helped get in power was backtracking on his pan-Arab policies. They started to plot against him, and in one assassination attempt they turned to a young and passionate soldier to help. His name was Saddam Hussein. Saddam was part of a hit squad that tried to ambush Qasim's car, but they foolishly flanked the vehicle from both sides and shot each other. The president escaped, but Saddam took a bullet. The mission was such an embarrassing failure that when Saddam and his co-assassins ran to the getaway car, they found out that their driver was in a cafe playing backgammon. This marked the end to the beginning of Saddam's political career. With no political prospects and the Iraqi forces after him, Saddam fled to Egypt, where he continued his law degree. But he would only live in Cairo until 1963, when yet another Iraqi coup went down. The Ramadan Revolution of 1963 executed Qasim. It was pulled off by the Iraqi wing of the Ba'ath Party, but that would only last 9 months before another coup happened, this time by the pro-Nasser side from within the Ba'ath Party. Though no blood was spilt during the overthrow, a purge soon followed of party members. Next came the coup of 1968, which meant Iraq was seeing more revolution than a hamster wheel. Up until now, Saddam had returned, but his street thug reputation for violence meant he was demoted to the position of lackey. But the latest coup changed things, because it was led by Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr, a distant relative of Saddam. Nepotism was the thing that finally put Saddam on the fast track for dictatorship. Al-Bakr took fondly to Saddam. He was passionate, loyal, and his penchant for violence made him perfect as head of security. The last thing al-Bakr needed was another coup, but this meant that Saddam was now learning on the job the ins and outs of how to overthrow a government. This would help him grasp power, and would also help him to keep opponents at bay. Saddam excelled at violence. Though pulling nails and teeth was seen as undignified by al-Bakr, Saddam was a gifted and creative torturer. Unlike other dictators, Saddam personally performed violence on prisoners. He had such a love for it that he perfected 107 different methods of
texting. I couldn't.
Al-Bakr took fondly to Saddam. He was passionate, loyal, and is demoted to the position of lackey. But the latest coup changed things, because it was led by Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr, a distant relative of Saddam. Nepotism was the thing that finally put Saddam on the fast track for dictatorship. Al-Bakr took fondly to Saddam. He was passionate, loyal, and his penchant for violence made him perfect as head of security. The last thing al-Bakr needed was another coup, but this meant that Saddam was now learning on the job the ins and outs of how to overthrow a government. This would help him grasp power, and would also help him to keep opponents at bay. Saddam excelled at violence. Though pulling nails and teeth was seen as undignified by al-Bakr, Saddam was a gifted and creative torturer. Unlike other dictators, Saddam personally performed violence on prisoners. He had such a love for it that he perfected 107 different methods of interrogation, including lashing, electrocution, water submersion, and burning the eyes of victims with cigarettes. To help him on the street, Saddam recruited tough, uneducated young men from his own tribe. This was textbook street gang stuff. He showered the village boys with cars and money and homes to win their loyalty, while playing the gentleman with superiors in government. In fact, he was so good at beefing up security that he was promoted to vice president. He was the rising star of the Ba'ath Party and just one chair away from leading it. But Saddam was a patient man. Any talented torturer needs to be. And with the president's trust, his loyal security network, and his invaluable knowledge in the art of the coup, Saddam just needed to bide his time until he became supreme leader. Bit by bit, Saddam started spreading rumors of the president's ill health until July of 1979, when he marched into al-Bakr's office to give him an offer he couldn't refuse: resign for health reasons now, or suffer the consequences. With the metaphorical pointing of a gun and the waving of an ink pen, Saddam was now ruler. But what came next was perhaps the most shocking display that any dictator has ever put on. We don't have video footage of Hitler's Night of the Long Knives or of Stalin's Great Purges, but we do have news footage of the moment politicians realized that Saddam was here to stay. A week after forcing al-Bakr to resign, Saddam calls a meeting. None of the politicians know what the meeting is about, but when they enter the assembly, they see television cameras, and Saddam's sitting there, smoking a cigar. Then a man approaches the microphone. This man was the former president's secretary, who foolishly showed skepticism of Saddam's claim to power. So, he had to be made an example of. Believing that his life would be spared, He read out a false confession claiming to be involved with a conspiracy against the party. He claimed that the other co-conspirators were in the room. Whenever a name was read from the list, security forces escorted that man outside. Slowly, but surely, the assembly realized that these men were being taken directly firing squads, and that the list would go on and on and on. In a desperate bid to save their skin, men started to stand up one by one and proclaim loyalty to Saddam. They honored him and swore allegiance. And while Saddam watched his power consolidate, and the fear spread throughout the room and across the country of Iraq, calmly smoked his Cuban cigar. Like any dictator worth their salt, Saddam used nationalizing to secure funds and distribute it to the poor. He nationalized the oil industry and paid for schools, hospitals, and roads. Raising literacy and quality of life may be a good thing, but this Robin Hood tactic is a mind game for tyrants to secure popularity. Years earlier, anti-Semitism was at a high following Israel's victory in the Six-Day War. So, Saddam publicly executed 14 people who were falsely accused to have been intelligence agents.
Of Saddam's regime, his thugs prepared to kill their own people, the parading of prisoners of war, and now the release of those pictures of executed British soldiers.
This proved to people what would happen if they went against Iraq. And now that the man who pulled it off was in charge and giving them cash, you can understand how easy it was to buy their silence. People were terrified, and if you didn't rock the boat, the system was a good place to live in, and he made sure people knew it. Portraits of Saddam were erected and mandated by law in schools, cafes, and even homes. But he was also generous. Every year on his birthday, Saddam gifted the Iraqi people a new statue of himself. But then the Iran Revolution happened, which threatened Saddam's regime. The Ayatollah Khomeini was a Shiite Muslim, just like most Iraqi. But Saddam and his government was Sunni, so Islamist revolution in a neighboring state was a threat, especially when Khomeini was telling Shiites to rise up. Saddam had to nip this in the bud, but he also wanted to humiliate his neighbor. After all, his uncle had explained that Persians were the historical enemies of the Arabs. The fact that Iran was 3 times the size and fueled by recent zeal did not discourage Saddam from believing he could win the war in just 3 weeks. 8 years later, the war finally ended. What started with Iraqi forces going over the border with no warning ended with hundreds upon thousands of deaths. Saddam wasn't able to win even an inch of territory. That was with the support of the West. To the West, the secular Saddam seemed better than Iran's revolution, especially after the hostage crisis at the American embassy in Tehran. It was a classic case of my enemy's enemy is my friend, but no doubt Saddam and the West had a bad taste in their mouth when they agreed to work together. Saddam secretly built a chemical weapons facility to produce a nerve agent that even Hitler refused to use. You know you're a nutjob when Adolf Hitler has the moral high ground. And they turned a blind eye again when Saddam used WMDs on Iraqi people. Saddam had problems with the Kurds in northern Iraq. As a distinct ethnicity and culture with their own language, the Kurds wanted an independent state. Saddam wanted them gone. In March of 1988, Saddam dropped nerve agent on Al-Anfal, killing between 50,000 to 100,000 people. The sight of bodies of children and mothers cradling babies lying in the street did little to dismantle Saddam's power.
This is a regime that has something to hide from the civilized world. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Only 4 nations recognized this as an attempted genocide: Sweden, South Korea, Norway, and the United Kingdom. But Saddam had already shown disregard for Iraqi life during his war with Iran. In a bid to root out rebels hiding in reeds, he drained the marshes, thereby eradicating the ecosystem and way of life for marsh Arabs. Saddam's disregard for the Iraqi people went into overdrive following the ceasefire with Iran. His nation was in ruins from the war, but he splashed money on vanity projects and more statues. His name was on everything: airports, stadiums, museums. It was like a franchise. He was so detached from reality that he even proclaimed himself victor in the Iraq-Iran war. However, the one thing he couldn't ignore was the debt he'd run up. He owed $40 billion to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia for the money he borrowed to fund his lost war. So, what did he do when Kuwait knocked on the door, politely asking for their $15 billion back? He invaded them.
Word that Iraq has invaded neighboring state of Kuwait, with fighting reported along
right
the
here.
border. The residents say that they were awakened by machine gun fire and heavy artillery.
Right, let's go back.
Axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Only 4 nations recognized this as an attempted genocide: Sweden, South Korea, Norway, and the United Kingdom. But Saddam had already shown disregard for Iraqi life during his war with Iran. In a bid to root out rebels hiding in reeds, he drained the marshes, thereby eradicating the ecosystem and way of life for marsh Arabs. Saddam's disregard for the Iraqi people went into overdrive following the ceasefire with Iran. His nation was in ruins from the war, but he splashed money on vanity projects and more statues. His name was on everything: airports, stadiums, museums. It was like a franchise. He was so detached from reality that he even proclaimed himself victor in the Iraq-Iran war. However, the one thing he couldn't ignore was the debt he'd run up. He owed $40 billion to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia for the money he borrowed to fund his lost war. So, what did he do when Kuwait knocked on the door, politely asking for their $15 billion back? He invaded them.
Word that Iraq has invaded neighboring state of Kuwait, with fighting reported along the border. The residents say that they were awakened by machine gun fire and heavy artillery.
The coalition against Saddam's invasion of Kuwait was bigger than the coalition against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. Even Egypt and Syria teamed up with the US and Russia to kick Saddam out. By now, anti-Saddam sentiment was reaching boiling point back home. Iraqis, Kurds, Shiites, and Marsh Arab tribes rose up. But the coalition stopped short of removing Saddam, so he was able to squash the rebellion in his home country. "The Americans are scared to fight me in Iraq," went his propaganda machine. He declared victory once again and celebrated with even grander displays of vanity. Not even tough UN sanctions on oil sales and imports could persuade him to spend money on food and medicine or the people of Iraq. And why should he? He hated the UN. When weapons inspectors came to see if he had complied with the demand to dissolve his WMD program, they were refused entry into facilities. What stadiums deemed, it was like a franchise. He was so detached from reality that he even proclaimed himself victor. And people. The sight of bodies of children and mothers cradling babies lying in the street did little to dismantle Saddam's power.
This is a regime that has something to hide from the civilized world. States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Only 4 nations recognize this as an attempted genocide: Sweden, South Korea, Norway, and the United Kingdom. But Saddam had already shown disregard for Iraqi life during his war with Iran. In a bid to root out rebels hiding in reeds, he drained the marshes, thereby eradicating the ecosystem and way of life for Marsh Arabs. Saddam's disregard for the Iraqi people went into overdrive following the ceasefire with Iran. His nation was in ruins from the war, but he splashed money on vanity projects and more statues. His name was on everything: airports, stadiums, museums. It was like a franchise. He was so detached from reality that he even proclaimed himself victor in the Iraq-Iran war. However, the one thing he couldn't ignore was the debt he'd run up. He owed $40 billion to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia for the money he borrowed to fund his lost war. So, what did he do when Kuwait knocked on the door, politely asking for their $15 billion back? He invaded them.
Word that Iraq has invaded neighboring state of Kuwait, with fighting reported along the border. The residents say that they were awakened by machine gun fire and heavy artillery.
The coalition against Saddam's invasion of Kuwait was bigger than the coalition against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. Even Egypt and Syria teamed up with the US and Russia to kick Saddam out. By now, anti-Saddam sentiment was reaching boiling point back home. Iraqis, Kurds, Shiites, and Marsh Arab tribes rose up. But the coalition stopped short of removing Saddam, so he was able to squash the rebellion in his home country. "The Americans are scared to fight me in Iraq," went his propaganda machine. He declared victory once again and celebrated with even grander displays of vanity.
What the fuck? Come on.
Not even tough UN sanctions on oil sales and imports could persuade him to spend money on food and medicine or the people of Iraq. And why should he? He hated the UN. When weapons inspectors came to see if he had complied with the demand to dissolve his WMD program, they were refused entry into facilities, with some inspectors even admitting that Iraqi officials tried to bribe them.
Motherfucker. This is annoying.
To dissolve his WMD program, they were refused entry into facilities, with some inspectors even admitting that Iraqi officials tried to bribe them into writing clean reports. All this is to say that the world was growing tired of Saddam, especially the Iraqi people. By the time 9/11 happened, it was becoming clear that terrorists were traveling on Iraqi diplomatic passports. The writing was on the wall. Even Gaddafi helped uncover dirt on Saddam by providing evidence that Saddam's regime was buying missiles from North Korea. Iraqi rebels had also warned that weapons had been smuggled out of Iraq and into Syria by the time NATO forces arrived. Thankfully, Saddam would be stopped before he got a chance to use them. 3 weeks into the invasion, statues of Saddam fell.
Oppressed and tormented for the last 23 years, hate Saddam Hussein.
From there, it was just a short time until military intelligence discovered Saddam hiding in a tunnel in a farm close to his hometown. Saddam was tried for war crimes against humanity and found guilty. But in a last act of egotistical defiance, he refused to eat his final meal or wear the hood at the gallows.
And he was
He
hanged.
was allowed to say his final words at his execution. But before he could finish his tirade, the hangman flipped the switch, and Saddam left this earth once and for all.
Hello, Satan.
Huh.
Should they have done that? Or did he deserve
Saddam
it? With so much to
Satan
talk about with this
having a gay
controversial figure,
lover.
we're sure you have things to say. If you liked this video, then check out our other video on Gaddafi to see where his own story is the same and different to Saddam's rise and fall. Be sure to leave a like if you want more biographies of dictators, and share this with someone interested in Iraqi history. We'll be back soon with a video, but don't forget to subscribe to How History Works.
I don't feel like typing all that in. Copy. Paste. George W. Bush. Biography. And then I think that the last one we're probably going to do is just Margaret Thatcher.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon. You can trade in any iPhone and get the new iPhone 15 Pro on them.
It's your last chance to trade in any iPhone for a new iPhone 15 Pro on us, only on Verizon.
George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United States, has died. He was 94 years old. Patriarch of one of the most powerful political dynasties in American history. His son, George W. Bush, serving as 43rd president.
Oh, I was like...
President Bush dying just 7 months and 13 days after his beloved wife, Barbara, passed away.
43rd president? I
Bush,
thought he was the
41, as he's often
41st
referred to, was
president.
the last president of
Okay. Oh, his son was the... I was so confused there. I was like, what?
Greatest generation. He pursued a life of extraordinary service to America. A man who put country...
Whoa, what are you doing? I didn't even know you were there.
George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United
Are
States.
you leaving?
No.
Oh.
Died. He
Yeah.
was 94 years old. Patriarch of one of the most powerful political dynasties in American history. His son, George W. Bush, serving as 43rd president. President Bush dying just 7 months and 13 days after his beloved wife, Barbara, passed away. Bush, 41, as he's often referred to, was the last president of the greatest generation. He pursued a life of extraordinary service to America. A man who put country above party and family above everything. President Bush faced victory and defeat, tragedy and triumph with modesty, humor, and uncommon grace. ABC's David Muir looks back.
Bro, this is pissing me off that my internet is going this slow. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
At the life and legacy of this American president.
George Herbert Walker Bush, America's 41st president. Born June 12, 1924 in Milton, Massachusetts, one of 5 children. He was the son of a banker and a politician. He would later meet the love of his life, Barbara Pierce, at a Christmas dance. He was the first boy she would kiss. The following year, on his 18th birthday, George enlisted in the war, becoming the youngest pilot in the U.S. Navy. While overseas, George and Barbara would keep up their long-distance romance with love letters to his darling Bar. 2 years in on his 50th mission, he was shot down over the Pacific.
I knew if I wasn't rescued, I would be captured, and it was a harrowing experience.
But he was rescued, and he made it home to Barbara. He attended Yale. He was the captain and first baseman of the baseball team. He and Barbara would have 6 children, George, Jeb, Marvin, and Neil, and 2 daughters, Dorothy and Robin, who died of leukemia at the age of 3. 1953. It was a loss that broke both of them.
Motherfucker. Let's see if I'll be better like this. Oh, what the fuck?
And uncommon grace. ABC's David Muir looks back at the life and legacy of this American president.
George Herbert Walker Bush, America's 41st president. Born June 12, 1924 in Milton, Massachusetts.
What the fuck? Bro. Give me 1 second. Let's see if anything. What the fuck?
Of 5 children. He was the son of a banker and a politician. He would later...
What the fuck?
Later meet the love of his life, Barbara Pierce.
I guess that
at a
we're gonna have
Christmas
to watch
dance.
it like this
He was
because
the first boy she would kiss. The following year, on his 18th birthday, George enlisted in the war, becoming the youngest pilot in the U.S. Navy. While overseas, George and Barbara would keep up their long-distance romance with love letters to his darling Bar. 2 years in, on his 50th mission, he was shot down. Over the Pacific.
I knew if I wasn't rescued, I would be captured, and it was a harrowing experience.
But he was rescued, and he made it home to Barbara. He attended Yale. He was the captain and first baseman of the baseball team.
If I wasn't rescued, I would be captured, and it was a harrowing experience.
But he was rescued, and he made it home to Barbara. He attended Yale. He was the captain and first baseman of the baseball team. He and Barbara would have 6 children, George, Jeb, Marvin, and Neil, and 2 daughters, Dorothy and Robin, who died of leukemia at the age of 3 in 1953. It was a loss that broke both of them.
He was very close.
I was very close to her.
She adored him.
That is sad
What
that
was
his
it
daughter died.
that- Pulled you back up on your feet afterwards. He was very strong then. He was wonderful.
They had
Bro.
moved the
This is
family to
annoying as
Texas,
fuck.
where he ran a successful oil business.
What the fuck? I just want to watch this video. At least after these videos.
Then he would enter politics.
George Bush, the happy family man, is now George Bush, Republican.
I just want to watch this video. The internet's so fucking
Candidate
slow.
for the United States Senate.
He would later run for president.
I don't know why it's doing this. In fact, I'm gonna test my internet speed.
Wonderful.
They had moved the family to Texas, where he ran a successful oil business. Then he would enter politics.
George Bush, the happy family man, is now George Bush, Republican candidate for the United States Senate.
He would later run for president in 1980.
That's why I want to be president. I need your help. That's why I think I will be.
With Ronald Reagan.
Download speed is pretty fast. Upload speed, somewhat. But this should be download speed. That
would win the nomination and the presidency. He would serve 8 years as his loyal vice president. And then Then he would run again, and he won as a moderate.
I want a kinder and gentler nation.
As president, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, it was George H.W. Bush who pulled together a coalition.
Bro, this is just annoying the piss out of me.
Of allies, launching Operation Desert Storm.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I was diagnosed with AFib. The first...
Kuwait is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met.
But with the economy being tested, there was a promise he made 4 years earlier that would come back to haunt him.
All right, I gotta go take a piss real quick. All right, I'm back. Hello? 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 Weird. I hate that even more than when you get a like a scam caller or something, because It's just like no one talks to
when
you
he
or
ran for
anything.
re-election.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
He would lose to Bill Clinton, and it stung, describing the loss to Diane Sawyer.
I just had a great feeling of
Well,
letting
wasn't he
down a
sick
lot of people.
at that
people
time?
That work for me. You have this ghastly
Did it
feeling
say that he
these
was
are
sick?
met.
But with the economy being tested, there was a promise he made 4 years earlier that would come back
He
to
had like a
haunt him when he ran
thyroid
for
disease
re-election.
or something, I'm
Read
fairly sure.
my lips. No new taxes.
He would lose to Bill Clinton, and it stung, describing the loss to Diane Sawyer.
I just had a great feeling of letting down a lot of people that work for me. You have this ghastly feeling you let them down, and then you get over it, and you go on with your life.
He would leave a letter for Bill Clinton, writing, "I never felt the loneliness some presidents have described. I wish your family well. Your success is now our country's success. I am rooting hard for you." He would later build an unlikely friendship, a bond with the man who beat him. Together with Bill Clinton, they would raise money for the victims of the tsunami and here at home after Katrina.
I think it sent a good sign across the country that you don't have, because you run against somebody, that make you an enemy.
After his presidency, George H.W. Bush would continue to endear himself to the American people, proving he was forever young.
What the fuck, bro? This shit needs to fuck off.
Jumping from a plane on his birthday. He and Barbara were
Huh?
married.
How old was he when he jumped from the plane? Ugh. Motherfucker, bro. This shit's pissing me off.
73 years, the longest of any president and first lady.
That's a long ass time.
And we would learn he was holding her hand until the very end. He bid farewell to his beloved Barbara, the Clintons, the Obamas, and First Lady Melania Trump by his side. And Barbara Bush revealing along the way how she would want her husband remembered.
He is the most decent, honorable, wonderful. Nobody's ever been as lucky as I've been. I want people to remember him as courageous. I want them to remember him as he is.
As he sat before his wife,
But
there
he was also
sadness,
a warmonger.
not fear, as he once told Diane.
I do think that you go to heaven, there is a heaven, and I don't fear it, though. When I was a little guy, I'd fear death. I'd worried about it, be scared. Not anymore.
There is a heaven. Our thanks to David Muir. On the phone with us tonight
that's
is presidential
pretty
historian
based.
Mark Uppegrove. Now, Mark, you were with the Bush family this summer. You wrote the book, The Last Republican, about the Bushes. How should the nation remember this man, this president?
What do you mean, the
Well, I
last
think it's threefold,
Republican?
Byron. Number one, he's the last of our World War II presidents, the first being John F. Kennedy in 1961 when he took office, the last being George H.W. Bush, who left office in 1993. He really embodied the best of the greatest generation. Secondly, he was the president we needed in place to preside over the world at the end of the Cold War, which ended peacefully, due in large part to his remarkable diplomatic skills. And finally, he's the patriarch of the Bush dynasty, which has seen two presidents.
And Mark, talk about his relationship with President Bush, the man who defeated him. It was a contentious election, but yet, President Clinton, but yet there was tremendous civility between the two men. They seemed to form a friendship.
They did an unlikely friendship, which happened in the millennium when George W. Bush's eldest child, who succeeded him in the presidency, put he and Clinton together to tour Southeast Asia after a tsunami had ripped through that part of the world. And when they went over together on the trip, they sort of formed this very unlikely friendship. And I think a lot of it had to do with their great respect for one another. One of the things that President Bush said to me is that friendship became a dividend in his life. Very unexpected, but something that he was very grateful for.
One can make the argument that no modern-day president had a better resume than George H.W.
I mean, I feel like him being A World War II vet is probably a lot of it.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream. Get internet for $49.99 a month, free advanced Wi-Fi, a free unlimited mobile line, and a free Xumo stream box when you add Spectrum TV.
I don't feel like watching a Watch Mojo video.
Hi everybody and welcome to this documentary on Timeline.
I didn't even notice that it was a Watch Mojo video. These are all pretty long if it's not...
Born in October 1925 at Grantham, a small market town in eastern England, she rose to become the first woman to lead a major Western democracy.
Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truth. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And where there is despair, may we bring hope.
Margaret Thatcher would go on to radically transform Britain, rejuvenating a stagnant world power. A strong-willed woman, she will be dividing much of the population.
She was the Prime Minister who really did root out socialism from the system. These were the 10 years of Britain's potential maximum prosperity. The years of North Sea oil.
I mean, this is who people point to as, like...
have been missed. Oh, I think she's a person with great stamina, great dedication, great courage.
For more than 11 years, Margaret Thatcher was one of the world's most influential and respected political leaders, as well as one of the most controversial, dynamic, and plain-spoken.
You turn if you want to. The lady's not for turning.
I admire her energy, and I admire her determination. But she suffers, I think, even in those particulars, from what Proust called the certainty of the second rate. I don't admire her intellectual method, which is an incapacity for thinking she might be wrong.
Whether she was supported or opposed during her years in power, Margaret Thatcher's legacy continues to shape the society in which Britons live today. Her legacy remains the core of modern British politics. Margaret Thatcher's early life in Grantham played a large part in forming her political convictions. The Roberts family ran a grocery business, bringing up...
I guess that this is, Alright, didn't take down my stream at least. At least I caught it in time. Alright, I caught it in time, so that's good. Gotta find one that's not, like a local. There we go. Let's do this one.
What if you could solve all your modernization problems? Rocket Software
That's not like
streamlines
an
your
actual,
infrastructure.
Is this another one? gotta find one that won't take down my stream. Why are all these... There we go. This one probably won't.
Margaret Hilda Roberts was born on October 13, 1925, in Grantham, England, to Alfred and Beatrice Roberts. The Roberts lived in a cold water flat above a grocery store owned by Alfred, the son of a shoemaker. Alfred was also a Methodist preacher and local politician who trained his children to follow the tenets of Methodism: personal responsibility, hard work, and traditional moral values. Margaret's interest in politics was an offshoot of her father's involvement in conservative politics as a member of the town's council. Margaret won a scholarship to Kesteven and Grantham Girls' School. In 1943, at 7
Motherfucker. This is just annoying the piss out of me.
Margaret Hilda Roberts was born on October 13, 19...
Motherfucker. Come on. Let's go.
Margaret Hilda Roberts was born on...
Why the fuck does it keep buffering?
October 13, 1925, in Grantham, England, to Alfred and Beatrice Roberts. The Roberts lived in a cold water flat above a grocery.
Come on. Hello. Fucking bitch, bro.
Store owned by Alfred, the son of a shoemaker. Alfred was also a Methodist preacher and local politician who trained his children to follow the tenets of Methodism: personal responsibility, hard work, and traditional moral values. Margaret's interest in politics was an offshoot of her father's involvement in conservative politics as a member of the town's council. Margaret won a scholarship to Kesteven and Grantham Girls' School. In 1943, at 17, she gained admission into Somerville College, Oxford, to study chemistry. She was barred from joining the Oxford Union Debating Society. It did not admit women until 1963. Nevertheless, she became a member of the Oxford University Conservative Association and its president in 1946. In 1947, she graduated and earned a master's degree in chemistry. She then worked as a chemical researcher while studying law. After graduating from college, Margaret decided to pursue a career in politics. At age 23, she was selected to be a conservative candidate for parliament.
Motherfucker, come on.
In 1949, Margaret met Dennis Thatcher, a well-to-do businessman and former artillery officer who had been decorated for bravery during World War II. The couple got married in December 1951. In August 1953, the union was blessed with twins, Mark and Carol.
What the fuck?
In December that same year, she was called to bar and came to specialize in patent and tax laws. The Thatcher family prospered, and soon Mrs. Thatcher gained the financial independence to devote herself to politics. In 1950, she campaigned to be a member of parliament from Dartford, a Labour Party preserved, being the youngest woman to run for a seat that year. As expected, Margaret lost to Winston Churchill. She contested the following year again and lost. Nonetheless, she earned the respect of her political party peers with her speeches. In 1959, Margaret won a seat in the House of Commons representing Finchley. That marked the beginning of her political strides. 2 years later, Margaret was appointed Parliamentary Under-Secretary for Pensions and National Insurance. When the Labour Party took control of the government, she became a member of what is called the Shadow Cabinet, a group of political leaders who would hold cabinet-level posts if their party was in power. In June 1970, when Conservatives returned to office, Margaret was appointed the Secretary of State for Education.
Bro, why? Why does he keep doing this? What the fuck?
Education and
Pissing me
Science.
off.
She was labeled Thatcher Milk Snatcher after her abolition
Thatcher
of the
Milk
Universal Free School Milk Scheme. In 1974, the Conservative Party lost power. However, Margaret became a dominant force in her political party and was elected leader of the Conservative Party in 1975, beating out Heath for the position. With this victory, she became the first woman to serve as the opposition leader in the House of Commons. It was a time of economic and political turmoil in England, with the government nearly bankrupt, unemployment on the rise, and conflicts with labor unions. The Conservatives took advantage of the instability to return to power in 1979, beating out Heath for the position. With this victory, she became the first woman to serve as the opposition leader in the House of Commons. It was a time of economic and political turmoil in England, with the government nearly bankrupt, unemployment on the rise, and conflicts with labor unions. The Conservatives took advantage of the instability to return to power in 1979. That same year, being the party beating out Heath for the position. With this victory, she became the first woman to serve as the opposition leader in the House of Commons. It was a time of economic and political turmoil in England, with the government nearly bankrupt, unemployment on the rise, and conflicts with labor unions. The Conservatives took advantage of the instability to return to power in 1979. That same year, being the party leader, Margaret made history when she appointed Britain's first female prime minister. Immediately after her appointment to office, Margaret fought the country's recession by initially raising interest rates to control inflation. She obliterated Britain's traditional industries through her attacks on labor organizations, such as the Miners' Union, and for the massive privatization of social, housing, and public transport. One of her devoted allies was the then US President, Ronald Reagan, a fellow conservative. The duo shared similar right-wing, pro-corporate political philosophies. During her first term, Margaret faced a military challenge.
Come on.
In April 1982, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, a territory assumed to belong to Britain, taking swift action.
Motherfucker. Come on. Good thing that this is probably going to be like the last video that we watch for a while. Since it's being like this, then we're just going to go through a bunch of articles and stuff, looking up everything about the Gulf War. But this is irritating.
Margaret sent British troops to the territory to reconquer the islands in what became known as the Falkland War. Argentina surrendered in 1982.
The journey to becoming a University of Phoenix student is easier than you might think. There's no application fee.
In her second term from 1983 to 1987, Margaret handled a handful of conflicts and crises, the most threatening being the assassination attempt against her in 1984. The Irish Republic Army had planted a bomb at a Conservative conference in Brighton in October to take her life. Undoubted and unharmed, Margaret insisted that the conference continue and gave a speech the following day. As for foreign policy, Margaret met with Mikhail Gorbachev, the Soviet leader, in 1984. The same year, she signed an agreement with the Chinese government regarding the future of Hong Kong. Publicly, Margaret voiced her support for Reagan's air raids on Libya in 1986 and even allowed US forces to use British bases to help carry out the attack. In 1987, Margaret ran for a third term. She sought to implement a standard educational curriculum across the nation and make changes to the country's socialized medical system. Conversely, she lost a lot of support due to her efforts to implement a fixed-rate local tax, labeled a poll tax by many, since she sought
The Britain Hotel bombing. Here.
To disenfranchise those who did not pay it. This led to public protest and caused rebellion within her party. On November 22, 1990,
so this was the assassination attempt. And the Britain Hotel bombing. On October 12th, 1984, the IRA attempted to assassinate a member of the British government in England. The delayed time bomb was placed by Patrick Meighan before Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and her cabinet arrived to Conservative Party conference. 5 people were killed, including Conservative MP and injected. Thatcher narrowly escaped the explosion. The bombing. The bombing detonated at approximately 2:54 a.m. on October 12th. The blast brought down 5-ton chimney stacks with ash through the... That's crazy. I didn't know this about Margaret Thatcher. I wonder how... Alright, let's keep watching.
Having the support of her party, Margaret announced her resignation and
Motherfucker.
On November 28, she officially departed from 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister's official residence, for the last time. Shortly after leaving office, Margaret was appointed to the House of Lords as Baroness Thatcher of Kesteven. In 1992, she chronicled her experience as a world leader and a pioneering woman in the field of politics in 2 books, The Downing Street Years, 1993, and The Path to Power, 1995. In 2002, she published another book, Statecraft, in which she offered her views on international politics. Around this period, Margaret suffered a series of small strokes. Tragedy hit her when, in 2003, when her husband of more than 50 years, Dennis, died. In the year that followed,
Bro, why can't the internet just be normal?
Margaret said goodbye to an old friend and ally, Ronald Reagan. In 2005, Margaret celebrated her 80th birthday. A huge event was held in her honor, which had Queen Elizabeth II, Tony Blair, and nearly 600 other friends, family members, and former colleagues in attendance. In 2007, a sculpture of the strong conservative leader was unveiled in the House of Commons. Margaret battled with memory problems in her later years due to her stroke. This caused her to retreat from the spotlight, living in near seclusion at her home in London's Belgravia neighborhood. Margaret died on April 8, 2013 at age 87. She was survived by her 2 children and Samak. Thank you very much for watching our videos. We'd like to give you another exciting video for you to enjoy next. But before then, our team will be pleased if you can.
Money makes the world go round and round and round and round.
Hi guys, I want you to close your eyes and tell me one city you would never want to live in. There's a 90% chance you said right here. Welcome to the south side of Chicago, also called Chiraq, known for gangs, murders, and taking its name from this place, Iraq, also called Iraq. Iraq is a unique land made up of fertile land between these two rivers where most people live and desert everywhere else where most people don't live. The modern day economy is made up of farming and bombing and exporting oil. It's a humble life. Over 80% of their exports are petro products while they import everything else. Okay, just sounds like a pretty typical Middle Eastern country, except for maybe that fertile part. They export oil through the Persian Gulf, and that's most of what they do. Big deal, right? The problem is Iraq is a crude oil Arab nation that has the economy of an olive oil Arab nation. That is to say, they've got some serious issues. Broken infrastructure, corruption, poverty, petrostate reliance. Others don't believe in them and so they don't invest, and just plain instability. Instability in so many different areas. Armed groups, oil shocks, actually just general shocks, sometimes having 30% growth, sometimes -11 or -60%. Food security is weak, their neighbors are not the most politically or mentally stable sometimes, the borders were just made up and often aren't respected when it comes to civil wars
by the British,
and they have had an extremely fast-growing population. Iraq is a young blood. They already have 45 million people and will double in about 40 years. They're way too populated to have a Gulf state-style economy, who only have Arabs making up around 1/10 of the nation, with slaves making up the rest. And of course, young men are the most prone to radicalization. Living in a country where over half the population lives in poverty and food supply is uncertain seems like great conditions to get radicalized into me. This is even me after only 8 hours in Iraq. But the sad part is, Iraq used to be relatively rich, the second richest Arab nation in the 70s in fact. So why did it fail? By the way, this is also a two-part video with the other half about Afghanistan, so if you want to know how they broke too, watch that after this. Please. Let's go back, way back to when Iraq used to be Turkish. Okay, we can skip over World War I. They lost, now Iraq is cut up by the British. Skip a little bit, they became a Hashemite kingdom in the 30s. Go forward, economic ruin after World War II, but who didn't have economic ruin, right? Go forward and stop! Here is where we'll start our story. Welcome to Iraq in 1958, still a very young agricultural country, although with a heavy reliance on oil. Guess things never really change, huh? You could call Iraq here a British colony, you could call it a monarchy, and you could call it quasi-feudal. All are decently correct. But you could also call it the Middle East's next great experiment in state building, because that old monarchy, it just got overthrown in a coup by some Republicans. Iraq was now a republic, free and independent. So how would they make these? Let's go back, way back to when Iraq used to be Turkish. Okay. Explosions, and they have had an extremely fast-growing population. Iraq is a young blood. They already have 45 million people and will double in about 40 years. They're way too populated to have a Gulf state-style economy, who only have Arabs making up around 1/10 of the nation, with slaves making up the rest. And of course, young men are the most prone to radicalization. Living in a country where over half the population lives in poverty and food supply is uncertain seems like great conditions to get radicalized into me. This is even me after only 8 hours in Iraq. The sad part is, Iraq used to be relatively rich, the second richest Arab nation in the 70s in fact. So why did it fail? By the way, this is also a two-part video with the other half about Afghanistan, so if you want to know how they broke too, watch that after this. Please. Let's go back, way back to when Iraq used to be Turkish. Okay, we can skip over World War I. They lost, now Iraq is cut up by the British. Skip a little bit, they became a Hashemite kingdom in the 30s. Go forward, economic ruin after World War II, but who didn't have economic ruin, right? Go forward and stop! Here is where we'll start our story. Welcome to Iraq in 1958, still a very young agricultural country, although with a heavy reliance on oil. Guess things never really change, huh? You could call Iraq here a British colony, you could call it a monarchy, and you could call it quasi-feudal. All are decently correct. But you could also call it the Middle East's next great experiment in state building, because that old monarchy, it just got overthrown in a coup by some Republicans. Iraq was now a republic, free and independent. So how would they make this new country considering Iraq had never really been a country before? I mean, besides some classical Mesopotamian states, Iraq had been ruled by some foreign power often. And especially not with these made-up borders, stuffing the Arabs in the south and the Kurds in the north into one country. I don't know, that was this guy's problem. His name, Abd al-Karim Qasim. And arguably, his takeover and experimental state building of Iraq were the first steps to getting to the blown-up country we know today. So what did Qasim do? Despite his questionable choice of mustache, he didn't actually hate Iraq's ethnic minorities. And he didn't hate the Soviets either, although he did have dreams about conquering his neighbors. He was a strong proponent of Iraqi nationalism, making a new nation from nothing. He loved economic planning, cutting ties with the West for the Soviet bloc, and prohibiting foreign companies from taking beloved Iraqi oil, seizing the British-owned Iraq Petroleum Company's land.
For some reason, the internet's actually working
Iraq
now.
National
That's
Oil
good.
Company. And he was a bit of a Kurdish simp. His dream was to build a united Arab-Kurdish state across the Middle East, which of course strained relations with other countries around him who liked their independence. Qasim had isolated Iraq on the world stage, and he was also isolated inside of his own party, either from ideological difference or members of his government just not liking him that much. After After all, these "we're gonna build a new society and take over the whole region" type guys usually are not the most likable. So after some of his policies failed, such as attempting land reforms in this borderline feudal country and kicking out the main company you rely on, life got more expensive, especially in his darling Kurdistan, where they revolted. He was killed in a coup in 1963, later replaced by a general named Arif, who later died and was replaced by a general named Arif. They were brothers. And it wasn't long until he was killed and a new party took over Iraq. So if Qasim was only in power for 5 years, why did I spend such a long part of this video talking about him and not the Arifs? It's because it was Qasim's ideas that made the modern Iraq state, or at least the one that led to this type of failure.
Observe as Effie's old content undergoes. A metamorphosis with text-based video editing. A real caterpillar to butterfly moment. Run your business the way nature intended.
Iraqi nationalism, economic planning, and a strong irredentist party did not leave the nation when he was brutally killed and shown on national TV. Turn that off the TV. Turn that off my internet. Switch that off. But did you know you could also switch off your IP with private internet access? Hold on. Don't switch off the ad, especially if you're from these two countries. You're gonna want to hear this. Let me tell you about VPNs. Everyone's using them. Browsing the internet without one, it's like shouting to everybody what you're looking at, and that's usually not very good. And there's no better VPN than PIA, Private Internet Access. A new coup against Arif the Older was brewing and done within hours. The new dogs in town, the Arab Socialist Ba'athist Party, who took over in 1968. They upped the nationalism and for sure upped the socialism in Iraq. You know, continuing nationalization. They used central planning, strict bureaucracy, and heavy state control to throw Iraq into the modern industrialized world. This usually doesn't work, right? Usually something goes wrong, but high oil revenues and the swarms of young Iraqis being born into the world kept Iraq booming. Or not this type of booming, the good type of booming. The Ba'aths were actually creating growth in Iraq. From the 60s to the 80s, it was around 8% per year, one of the highest rates on earth, turning Iraq from a poor country to the second richest Arab state behind Saudi Arabia. Not even strict planning and endless children can beat Saudi oil money. GDP grew well until the 80s, oil revenues quadrupled, and mass infrastructure was made, linking the country together and giving its citizens access to the other type of liquid gold. It wasn't all sunshines and kebab though, dear viewer. Sure, profit sharing to workers and participation by workers in management in some of the more authoritarian and foreign firms sounds great, and it might be if done right, but it also made the rich, trained managers pretty pissed off who left Iraq, taking their money and knowledge with them, leading to an industrial decline throughout the 60s. And the Arab Ba'ath's policies towards Kurdish citizens were a little less lenient than the old republics were. Don't give them what they want, just slam them down. It's better for national and party unity, starting a conflict that is best described as a civil war between the Ba'athist Arab South and Kurdish North, sowing the seeds for the underdevelopment of the North, Kurdish resentment towards Iraq, and the creation of a radical Kurdish Democratic Party who still do a little bit of bombing and shooting to this day. And possibly the biggest problem the Ba'aths created was their hierarchy system. What does that even mean? The Ba'athists attempted to create a society with no intermediate layers between the citizens and them. No other parties, no lord or duke or king or prince above you, no pesky corporations, no police acting on their own, no mosques, except religion. Islam was allowed to stay. Other than that, it was just party and you. And if you didn't agree with it, as many in Iraq didn't, you were faced with an iron fist to make sure you did. The theory has some weight. Syria also had their own Ba'athist movement and also ended up destroyed despite not having decades of war and invasions like Iraq did. But there's another huge problem. Despite clearly relying on authority to keep Iraq growing and together under this Ba'athist paradise, the party was clearly not consolidated enough. Internal debates about leadership and sometimes security units in the party acting rogue. One of these security units was a young man named Saddam Hussein, who rose in power to eventually become the head of internal security. Internal security. Look at these two words, aka keeping those goddamn citizens in line. That was Saddam's job. Being essentially head security guard, he had his own clique of security agents in the party. Hey, you could call him a murderous tyrant or insane dictator, but he was pretty popular among his people. Ironically enough, he also thought the party didn't do nearly enough to stop dissent, despite being the dissent himself. He had risen to basically in charge, but we don't want that guy running the country status in the 70s, and when Iran had a revolution which threatened the Iraqi internal security, the man in charge, al-Bakr, suspiciously resigned, and Saddam, who was his vice president, was made head of the party in 1979. Countries are made up of often millions of people and are very dependent on the land and the situation they find themselves in geographically. It's pretty damn hard to ruin a country alone.
Who led Iraq between 1991 and 1994?
and no one man ruined Iraq.
I mean,
but if there were a
1990
frontrunner, his name would be
1994.
Saddam Hussein. Right as Saddam entered office, Iraq was likely at its peak, but his first act showed he didn't like the upwards trajectory the country was taking. He announced there was a plot to overthrow him, so he got everybody into one room
so
and started
confused.
listing off names. Whichever name he said would disappear to a lovely beachside vacation. In Jahannam, he used propaganda, mass killings, and brutal policing to keep his people in line. Yes, he learned that at the Internal Security Department, and he cut ties with almost all countries, especially this one to the east of Iraq. Iran. You ran where? Over the border? Oh wait, you really did. For many reasons, Saddam declared war on Iran. From its new revolutionary ideas he was scared of spreading, from growing religious tension between Sunni and Shia Muslims, from border disputes mainly over the oil-producing region of Khuzestan, from plain old nationalism and driving up popularity, but mostly from fear that Iran would invade Iraq first. Gotta focus on internal security, right? After all, if Iran were to invade in a couple of years, they would easily have had the geographical, population, and military advantages. Iraq was punching above his weight militarily at this time, and Iran wasn't the most organized after the revolution, whereas Saddam spent his entire career organizing people. So the Iraqis invaded for 2 months straight, then got into a stalemate for 6 years. I'm not going to go into the details since military history bores me to death, but by 1987, Iraq finally got the advantage in terms of troops and attempted to build some weapons of mass destruction. Mass destruction. Mass destruction. Mainly chemicals, but still didn't make too big of a dent in Iran's defense. What a terrible idea this whole thing was. Did Saddam ever leave the lowlands of Iraq in his life? Has he seen a mountain range? They're huge, and Iran is one of the best naturally defended countries on earth.
I said the mountain thing as a joke, but after reading a quick biography of Saddam Hussein, he spent the first few decades of his life in the lowlands for real.
The war ended in a draw in 1988. What wasn't a draw was the destruction. Over 1 million Iraqi soldiers and citizens were killed, whole towns and cities were destroyed, the petrostate's somewhat viable economy was destroyed, with oil infrastructure blown up and the country in about $60 billion of debt from the war. If the war didn't affect you physically, then rising food prices, unemployment, and their newly collapsed currency put you and millions others into poverty. So how does Saddam, the great central planner of Iraq, plan to fix this? Iraq only had a 3-year recovery period, and it needed some quick cash badly. Iraq had tried to privatize, but many investors feared the regime would switch up on them and take their buildings. There was also too much corruption and bureaucracy, and most government assets were straight up unprofitable from the whole war it caused. The free market was basically scrapped in 1990. Okay, so if you can't make money by yourself, the next best thing is to ask others for money, particularly the crazy rich-ass Gulf states who they were indebted to for the war. And Iraq said, pretty please, can you forgive our debt to you? No. Well, at least I didn't exceed our oil quota. Huh? That's right, Iraq accused the Gulf states of exceeding the oil production quota for their cartel OPEC, which lowered its price and lost Iraq billions. At least from their eyes. They also accused Kuwait of drilling horizontally under the sand border and stealing their Iraqi oil, $2.4 billion of it. Iraq wasn't having any of it, and Kuwait is extremely small. In fact, most of its residents weren't even Kuwaiti citizens. Just think of how ripe they were for some liberation. So that, along with some classic nationalism, drove the two countries to war in 1990. It was a quick war. Iraq conquered the South in 6 days, but the UN, aka the US, didn't like it, saying if you don't free Kuwait by 1991, we're gonna come in and you in. Iraq thought that was just a load of so they were prepared to face the whole coalition. And just look at the size of this war. It was Iraq versus the whole world. It took about 100 hours for Operation Desert Storm to take over the country after some bombing for weeks before. Kuwait was now free. Iraq was blown up again. Its weapons of mass destruction were taken away, and this time an embargo was placed on it. That did the most damage. Not being able to sell oil. Not the bombs, not millions in poverty, rich Iraqis not selling their oil. Look at their GDP in 1989, 65 billion, in 1990 tripling to 180 billion, and in 1991 doubling to 400, wait no, that's actually 400 million. 400 million? Mr. Beast is even worth more than that. So Iraq was broken again, and at least the UN let them sell oil for food in the creatively named Oil for Food program. It was just a slump. It's estimated that about $230 billion in infrastructure was blown up in the Gulf War, and another $170 billion lost in oil revenue came from the trade embargo, and along with more bombings in 1998 for fears of weapons of mass destruction being made, Iraq was shattered. Let me sit here and ponder by the ocean and watch some airplanes and shooting stars in the night sky to clear my mind.
The Iraq and Iran.
Everybody says, who does he think he is? I just told you who I thought I was. Fuck off! Mr. Beats, you got a problem with that, huh? Step up if you got a problem with that. Come on, let's go.
What the hell? Who did this? Who did this? Who did this? On September 11th, 2001, the US suffered its biggest attack since Pearl Harbor. It united the nation for one thing: revenge. Their main suspect, one named Osama bin Laden. He looks like this. Not the most European-looking fellow one might say. He looks more Eastern. Middle Eastern, and it didn't matter how many attempts it took. It didn't matter if they hit the wrong target one too many times. It didn't matter if they got the wrong country. They were going into the Middle East again.
All right. History of Kuwait. Let's see this.
You seem like a good man, Corleone Snow. Would have been nice to meet you under different circumstances.
I am gonna get you out of here. But if I'm gonna risk everything, tell me, is this real?
There's natural goodness born into us all.
All right, 1 second.
You can either cross that line into evil or not.
The Hunger Games, rated PG-13, November 17th.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to...
I'm gonna switch
this
this
is the
around
Middle
real
East,
quick.
and here's Kuwait. Now, let's not Kuwait any longer, shall we? Kuwait tiptoes into visible history during the Copper Age Ubaid culture, of which it was part. The Semitic Dilmun civilization followed. This mysterious-looking fragment of writing is simply an ancient receipt for a clothes sale. And indeed, Kuwait, situated at the summit of the Persian Gulf, began making good use of its location and invested in trade. Now, this island of Kuwait here is called Felakeh, and around 2000 BC was settled by Sumerians from the city of Ur, who said, more trade? And more trade happened. Yes, trade became the trademark of ancient Kuwait. Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II certainly thought it was worth conquering, and he snatched it up circa 600 BC. Greek influence followed with the arrival of Alexander the Great, and it was the Greek scientist Ptolemy who gives us the first written record of the region. Persian rule followed and persisted until 636, when the Muslim Arabs of the Rashidun Caliphate conquered it, and the religion of Islam supplanted Iranian Zoroastrianism. The years swept by as they tend to do, and by the 17th century, the Ottoman Turks were in town. 1613 saw the founding of the future capital, Kuwait City, as a fishing hub that over the years grew and grew and grew into a major merchant sector, linking commerce from India to Arabia. Kuwait gained autonomy in 1756 as a sheikhdom, and while the country began strengthening relations with the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century, that position was reversed under Mubarak al-Sabah. He murdered his half-brothers to get the throne, which made the Ottomans furious, some officials recommending military-involved punitive measures. To guard against this eventuality, Mubarak allied with the British, Kuwait becoming a protectorate of the British Empire after World War I. In the 1930s, oil was discovered in Kuwait, lots of oil, and oil would prove to be Kuwait's golden ticket to prosperity. After the Second World War, Kuwait took big strides in modernizing and Felakeh, and around 2000 BC was settled by Sumerians from the city of Ur, who said, more trade? And more trade happened. Yes, trade became the trademark of ancient Kuwait. Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II certainly thought it was worth conquering, and he snatched it up circa 600 BC. Greek influence followed with the arrival of Alexander the Great, and it was the Greek scientist Ptolemy who gives us the first written record of the region. Persian rule followed and persisted until 636, when the Muslim Arabs of the Rashidun Caliphate conquered it, and the religion of Islam supplanted Iranian Zoroastrianism. The years swept by as they tend to do, and by the 17th century, the Ottoman Turks were in town. 1613 saw the founding of the future capital, Kuwait City, as a fishing hub that over the years grew and grew and grew into a major merchant sector, linking commerce from India to Arabia. Kuwait gained autonomy in 1756 as a sheikhdom, and while the country began strengthening relations with the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century, that position was reversed under Mubarak al-Sabah. He murdered his half-brothers to get the throne, which made the Ottomans furious, some officials recommending military-involved punitive measures. To guard against this eventuality, Mubarak allied with the British, Kuwait becoming a protectorate of the British Empire after World War I. In the 1930s, oil was discovered in Kuwait, lots of oil, and oil would prove to be Kuwait's golden ticket to prosperity. After the Second World War, Kuwait took big strides in modernizing, and standards of living shot way up as the money poured in. In 1961, Kuwait gained full independence, and Sheikh Abdullah al-Salim al-Sabah became first emir. In the following years, Kuwait adopted more and more Western values. During the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, Kuwait, dreading the prospect of increased Iranian 1756 as a sheikhdom, and while the country began strengthening relations with the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century, that position was reversed under Mubarak al-Sabah. He murdered his half-brothers to get the throne, which made the Ottomans furious, some officials recommending military-involved punitive measures. To guard against this eventuality, Mubarak allied with the British, Kuwait becoming a protectorate of the British Empire after World War I. In the 1930s, oil was discovered in Kuwait, lots of oil, and oil would prove to be Kuwait's golden ticket to prosperity. After the Second World War, Kuwait took big strides in modernizing, and standards of living shot way up as the money poured in. In 1961, Kuwait gained full independence, and Sheikh Abdullah al-Salim al-Sabah became first emir. In the following years, Kuwait adopted more and more Western values. During the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, Kuwait, dreading the prospect of increased Iranian regional influence, financially supported Iraq. The war left Iraq battered and very much in debt to Kuwait and unable to pay. When Kuwait refused leniency to Iraq, things got ugly. Iraq accused Kuwait of stealing its oil via slant drilling, and in 1990 invaded Kuwait, taking control in just 2 days. Naturally, the UN called for Iraq to withdraw, and Iraq said no. So in early 1991, the United States led a coalition of forces to kick the Iraqis out, which they did in the Gulf War. On their way out, however, the Iraqis made sure to set Kuwait's oil wells on fire. Not cool. In the years that followed, Kuwait had its share of economic political turbulence, but today remains a very rich nation with the world's highest valued currency, a very high level of human development, and high life expectancy. But what awaits Kuwait in the future? Comment below, but for now, bye-bye!
How much money did... I thought you said that she was coming next weekend, not this weekend. Oh. Yeah, that sucks.
This looks terrible upstairs. I was gonna say this looks really good down here.
All right.
Shalom and welcome to...
We don't need to watch about Israel. We're not doing it.
Hello everyone
I guess
and welcome
Israel's
to...
kind of involved in the conflict. Not really. They just got bombed.
This is the Middle East, and here's Kuwait. Now let's not Kuwait any longer, shall we? Kuwait tiptoes into visible history during the Copper Age Ubaid culture, of which it was part. The Semitic Dilmun civilization followed. This mysterious-looking fragment of writing is simply an ancient receipt for a clothes sale. And indeed, Kuwait, situated at the summit of the Persian Gulf, began making good use of its location and invested in trade. Now this island of Kuwait here is called Feilakeh, and around 2000 BC was settled by Sumerians from the city of Ur, who said, more trade? And more trade happened. Yes, trade became the trademark of ancient Kuwait. Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II certainly thought it was worth conquering, and he snatched it up circa 600 BC. Greek influence followed with the arrival of Alexander the Great, and it was the Greek scientist Ptolemy who gives us the first written record of the region. Persian rule followed and persisted until 636, when the Muslim Arabs of the Rashidun Caliphate conquered it, and the religion of Islam supplanted Iranian Zoroastrianism. The years swept by as they tend to do, and by the 17th century, the Ottoman Turks were in town. 1613 saw the founding of the future capital, Kuwait City, as a fishing hub that over the years grew and grew and grew into a major merchant sector, linking commerce from India to Arabia. Kuwait gained autonomy in 1756 as a sheikhdom, and while the country began strengthening relations with the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century, that position was reversed under Mubarak al-Sabah. He murdered his half-brothers to get the throne, which made the Ottomans furious, some officials recommending military-involved punitive measures. To guard against this eventuality, Mubarak allied with the British, Kuwait becoming a protectorate of the British Empire after World War I. In the 1930s, oil was discovered in Kuwait, lots of oil, and oil would prove to be Kuwait's golden ticket to prosperity. After the Second World War, Kuwait took big strides in modernizing, and standards of living shot way up as the money poured in. In 1961, Kuwait gained full independence, and Sheikh Abdullah al-Salim al-Sabah became first emir. In the following years, Kuwait adopted more and more Western values. During the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, Kuwait, dreading the prospect of increased Iranian regional influence, financially supported Iraq. The war left Iraq battered and very much in debt to Kuwait and unable to pay. When Kuwait refused leniency to Iraq, things got ugly. Iraq accused Kuwait of stealing its oil via slant drilling, and in 1990 invaded Kuwait, taking control in just 2 days. Naturally, the UN called for Iraq to withdraw, and Iraq said no. So in early 1991, the United States led a coalition of forces to kick the Iraqis out, which they did in the Gulf War. On their way out, however, the Iraqis made sure to set Kuwait's oil wells on fire. Not cool. In the years that followed, Kuwait had its share of economic political turbulence, but today remains a very rich nation with the world's highest valued currency, a very high level of human development, and high life expectancy. But what awaits Kuwait in the future? Comment below, but for now, bye-bye! Shalom and welcome to... This is the Middle East, and here's Israel. Now let's go, shall we? Israel's history is exceptionally ancient, with the semi-nomadic Natufian culture boasting the oldest evidence of beer making in the world. Good to know early humans had their priorities right. The years passed, and one of the world's oldest cities was constructed, Jericho. During the Bronze Age, we spy the rise of a Semitic-speaking city-dwelling people called the Canaanites, and the land came to be known as Canaan. These Canaanites were very likely among the Hyksos folk, who gained control over northern Egypt in the 1600s BC, ruling till they were expelled by Ahmose I around a century later. Meanwhile, we observe another people group in the land of Canaan, whose first mention is on the Egyptian Merneptah stele of the 1200s BC, a humble tribal confederation of shepherds called Israel. The Israelites, also known as Hebrews, were unique among all the nations around them in that they did not worship an extensive pantheon of deities, but rather one god, and while their neighbors built grandiose monuments of brick and stone, Israel's glory was in words. The Hebrew Bible would change the world in the way an obelisk never could, by inspiring the mind and soul with thoughts that have gripped and shaken the hearts of billions up to this very day. The Hebrew Bible is called the Tanakh, and the first 5 books of it are called the Torah. It recounts how Abraham was called by God to travel from his home in Ur to the land of Canaan, which was promised to him and his descendants forever. This divinely sanctioned real estate deal was repeated to Abraham's son Isaac and to his son Jacob, who was renamed Israel. Jacob had 12 sons, whose families became the 12 tribes of Israel. After centuries of servitude in Egypt, they were delivered by Moses, who led the people to the brink of the promised land Canaan, which was subsequently conquered by his successor Joshua. The biblical books go on to describe Israel's incessant squabbles and conflict with surrounding peoples, the most troublesome being the Philistines, who are commonly believed to have been among the marauding sea peoples who troubled the eastern Mediterranean during the end of the Bronze Age. Ramses III of Egypt fended them off in the 1100s BC, but the Israelites were not so successful, and the first king of Israel, Saul, committed suicide after losing to the Philistines at the Battle of Gilboa. But things changed under King David, who became the benchmark of Israelite kingly greatness. David's story, as recounted in the books of Samuel and Chronicles, is one of military success and territorial expansion, one of his most celebrated feats being the conquest of a city called Jerusalem, which became his capital. Under David's son Solomon, the kingdom of Israel is described as having attained its zenith of wealth, power, and magnificence. Solomon built the legendary temple where the Israelites worshipped and sacrificed. Hello everyone, and welcome to... Way up as the money poured in 1960... War I. In the 1930s, oil was discovered in Kuwait, lots of oil, and oil would prove to be Kuwait's golden ticket to prosperity. After the Second World War, Kuwait took big strides in modernizing, and standards of living shot way up as the money poured in. In 1961, Kuwait gained full independence, and Sheikh Abdullah al-Salim al-Sabah became first emir. In the following years, Kuwait adopted more and more Western values. During the Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s, Kuwait, dreading the prospect of increased Iranian regional influence, financially supported Iraq. The war left Iraq battered and very much in debt to Kuwait and unable to pay. When Kuwait refused leniency to Iraq, things got ugly. Iraq accused Kuwait of stealing its oil via slant drilling, and in 1990 invaded Kuwait, taking control in just 2 days. Naturally, the UN called for Iraq to withdraw, and Iraq said no. So in early 1991, the United States led a coalition of forces to kick the Iraqis out, which they did in the Gulf War. On their way out, however, the Iraqis made sure to set Kuwait's oil wells on fire. Not cool. In the years that followed, Kuwait had its share of economic political turbulence, but today remains a very rich nation with the world's highest valued currency, a very high level of human development, and high life expectancy. But what awaits Kuwait in the future? Comment below. But for now, bye-bye! Shalom and welcome to... This is the Middle East, and here's Israel. Now let's go, shall we? Israel's history is exceptionally ancient, with the semi-nomadic Natufian culture boasting the oldest evidence of beer making in the world. Good to know early humans had their priorities right. The years passed, and one of the world's oldest cities was constructed, Jericho. During the Bronze Age, we spy the rise of a Semitic-speaking city-dwelling people called the Canaanites, and the land came to be known as Canaan. These Canaanites were very likely among the Hyksos folk, who gained control over northern Egypt in the 1600s BC, ruling till they were expelled by Ahmose I around a century later. Meanwhile, we observe another people group in the land of Canaan, whose first mention is on the Egyptian Merneptah stele of the 1200s BC, a humble tribal confederation of shepherds. Hello everyone, and welcome.
All right, let's just watch a quick thing about the Gulf War, and then we can get into. I'm still trying to figure out how to use this this note system.
At Jiffy Lube, it's our job to keep you moving. With a full range of services from oil changes and tire rotations to filters, wipers, and more, we've got what your car needs right when you need it, so you're ready for whatever's next. Putting you in the driver's seat of car care, that's a job for Jiffy.
Zapier's automation is the easiest way to efficiently grow your business. Get a lead from a campaign, automatically add it to your CRM, and send a message to a salesperson so they can close the deal faster. Automation isn't magic, it's Zapier. Get started for free.
Oop, put a fucking A there instead of a U again.
This is the story of a larger, more powerful country invading its weaker neighbor to the south. But in this story, a coalition of 35 countries came to the rescue. The rumors are true. I'm Mr. Beat, and this video is about one of the quickest wars in American history, the Persian Gulf War, often just called the Gulf War, because talking is hard. It started with Iraq invading Kuwait on August 2nd, 1990, and ended on February 27th, 1991, just 4 days after troops from around the world landed in Kuwait and kicked the Iraqi soldiers out.
What is that called?
But wait, why did Iraq invade Kuwait in the first place?
What
why
is
was the war
it
so
called
short?
when you
Why do
drill
we even need to learn about the
oil
Persian
from
Gulf War
your
today
land
when later on it was
into someone
overshadowed by
else's
bigger
land?
wars in Iraq? Oh, I got answers all right. Just keep watching and you'll hear
slant
answers to those
drilling?
questions and more. It's late 1988. The country of Iraq is headed by a ruthless dictator named Saddam Hussein. He had just led his country through a brutal war
What
with
is it
Iran
called when
over
you
the
drill
previous 8
oil
years. The
from
war
someone
devastated
else's
Iraq.
land
It resulted in possibly more
out
than
of
500,000
your land?
soldiers dead. It cost hundreds of billions of dollars to fight, and the Iraqi government had to borrow much of that money. One country that loaned money to Iraq for that war was its neighbor to the south, the tiny country of Kuwait, a country with less than 2 million people, more than half of those people not even native to Kuwait. Kuwait had been a relatively wealthy country due to having more oil than most other countries on the planet, but had recently gone through economic troubles ever since its stock market collapsed. Now it was wanting Iraq to start paying all that money it had borrowed back. However, Iraq was in no position to pay it back, even trying to convince Kuwait to forgive the debt. Kuwait was like, nah. But there were other reasons for tension between the two countries. Kuwait was likely producing too much oil, making oil too cheap. You see, both countries were part of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, a cartel formed to get oil prices artificially high so that they all can make more money exporting it to the rest of the world. Well, Iraq and others in OPEC talk trash about Kuwait exceeding their quotas for oil production, and Iraq had good reason to be mad. It was losing billions of dollars thanks to Kuwait. In July 1990, Saddam ramped up his trash talking about Kuwait and said if their government continued to disrespect the oil production quota, Iraq would take military action. Soon after this, was likely producing too much oil, making oil too cheap. You see, both countries were part of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, a cartel formed Now it was wanting Iraq to start paying all that money it had borrowed back. However, Iraq was in no position to pay it back, even trying to convince Kuwait to forgive the debt. Kuwait was like, nah. But there were other reasons for tension between the two countries. Kuwait was likely producing too much oil, making oil too cheap. You see, both countries were part of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, a cartel formed to get oil prices artificially high so that they all can make more money exporting it to the rest of the world. Well, Iraq and others in OPEC talked trash about Kuwait exceeding their quotas for oil production, and Iraq had good reason to be mad. It was losing billions of dollars thanks to Kuwait. In July 1990, Saddam ramped up his trash talking about Kuwait and said if their government continued to disrespect
OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Countries, OPEC, is an organization that... Alright, here we go. Paste. Why the hell did it do this? How can I like make something under this so that it's there we go. Okay. I figured it out. It's an organization established by cooperative leading oil countries to influence the global oil market. Members: Iraq, Iran. I'm just gonna copy and paste this. So that's way easier than having to type all this. Copy. Paste. Oh man, how do I get rid of all that? Back. Man, I should have just typed it. Back. Oh shit. What the fuck? Back. Ooh. Z. Back. Yeah, this... I should have just typed it. I didn't realize that it was going to be this much of a pain in the ass. Back. Iran, Iraq, members. Boom. Let's go like this. Organization establishing the cooperation of leading oil protection countries in order to collectively influence the global oil market. It's an organization, or I guess is. I need to learn. Producers in order to collectively influence the global oil market. The global oil market was founded in September. In a series of steps in 1960s and 70s, OPEC restricted the global system of oil production in favor of oil-producing states and away from the oilopoly of Anglo-American oil firms. In the 70s, restriction led to a dramatic rise in oil prices far reach. Oops. I put a U instead of an, I instead of an E. To maximize profit for them. In a series of steps in the 1960s and 70s, OPEC restricted the global system of oil production in favor of oil-producing states and away from oil oligopoly of oil firms. The 1970s restrictions in oil production led to dramatic They did this by restricting oil production. By restricting oil production. Oh wait, about 60s. Alright. Produce in favor of oil. Led by a dramatic rise of oil prices with a long-lasting and far-reach consequences for the global economy. Since the 1980s, OPEC has limited impact on world supply and oil price stabilization, as there is frequent cheating by members of their committees to one another. As member committees reflect what they would do even in the formation of OPEC market, a turning point towards national sovereignty over national resources. OPEC decided structure. Country's chief executive organization of OPEC confidently organized meetings in the headquarters at least twice a year in industrial series when necessary. It generally operates on the principle of unanimating and one member, one vote, with each country paying an equal membership fee into the annual budget. However, since Saudi Arabia is by far the largest and most profitable oil export in the world, with economic capital to balance the global market. Okay. All right. I think we're done with that right now. Maybe I'll add more into OPEC later, but
the oil production quota. That Kuwait was like, nah. But there were other reasons for tension between the two countries. Kuwait was likely producing too much oil, making oil too cheap. You see, both countries were part of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC, a cartel formed to get oil prices artificially high so that they all can make more money exporting it to the rest of the world. Well, Iraq and others in OPEC talked trash about Kuwait exceeding their quotas for oil production, and Iraq had good reason to be mad. It was losing billions of dollars thanks to Kuwait. In July 1990, Saddam ramped up his trash talking about Kuwait and said if their government continued to disrespect the oil production quota, Iraq would take military action. Soon after this, Saddam sent 30,000 troops to the Iraq-Kuwait border. But this was about more than oil. Saddam was also hoping to make Iraq great again through gaining territory that once was kind of part of Iraq. You see, the government continued to disrespect the oil production quota for oil production, and Iraq had good reason to be mad. It was losing billions of dollars thanks to Kuwait. In July 1990, Saddam ramped up his trash talking about Kuwait and said if their government continued to disrespect the oil production quota, Iraq would take military action. Soon after this, Saddam sent 30,000 troops to the Iraq-Kuwait border. But this was about more than oil. Saddam was also hoping to make Iraq great again through gaining territory that once was kind of part of Iraq. You see, before the British came in and drew up borders of the Middle East, modern-day Iraq and Kuwait used to be part of the same territory within the Ottoman Empire. Thus, Saddam and others in the Iraqi government thought that Kuwait ought to be part of Iraq. On July 26, 1990, Kuwait announced that it would limit its oil production. But Iraq was mad at them still for something else that Kuwait apparently was doing. Iraq claimed Kuwait was sneakily stealing oil through cross-border slant drilling in an area known as Rumaila. To make up for it, Iraq demanded Kuwait pay them $10 billion. Kuwait offered $500 million instead.
How do you spell quota? Quota.
Here's the definition of
Orders,
quota.
Major.
A fixed share of something
Obtain
that a
safe
person or
passage
group
home.
is entitled to receive or
Reach
is bound to
Vladivostok
contribute.
on an armored train. Command Czechoslovak soldiers stranded in a hostile land. Explore.
And so, yeah, instead of taking Kuwait's counteroffer, Iraq just invaded them instead. What was Kuwait gonna do anyway? They barely had a military. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq marched right in and easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq, dude. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift. Not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Iraq had good reason to be mad. It was losing billions of dollars thanks to Kuwait. In July 1990, Saddam ramped up his trash talking about Kuwait and said if their government continued to disrespect the oil production quota, Iraq would take military action. Soon after this, Saddam sent 30,000 troops to the Iraq-Kuwait border. But this was about more than oil. Saddam was also hoping to make Iraq great again through gaining territory that once was kind of part of Iraq. You see, before the British came in and drew up borders of the Middle East, modern-day Iraq and Kuwait used to be part of the same territory within the Ottoman Empire. Thus, Saddam and others in the Iraqi government thought that Kuwait ought to be part of Iraq. On July 26, 1990, Kuwait announced that it would limit its oil production. But Iraq was mad at them still for something else that Kuwait apparently was doing. Iraq claimed Kuwait was sneakily stealing oil through cross-border slant drilling in an area known as Rumaila. To make up for it, Iraq demanded Kuwait pay them $10 billion. Kuwait offered $500 million instead. And so, yeah, instead of taking Kuwait's counteroffer, Iraq just invaded them instead. What was Kuwait gonna do anyway? They barely had a military. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq marched right in and easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq. Kuwait offered $500 million instead. Iraq. On July 26, 1990, Kuwait announced that it would limit its oil production. But Iraq was mad at them still for something else that Kuwait apparently was doing. Iraq claimed Kuwait was sneakily stealing oil through cross-border slant drilling in an area known as Rumaila. To make up for it, Iraq demanded Kuwait pay them $10 billion. Kuwait offered $500 million instead. And so, yeah, instead of taking Kuwait's counteroffer, Iraq just invaded them instead. What was Kuwait gonna do anyway? They barely had a military. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq marched right in and easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq, dude. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift.
I am gonna go smoke a cigar for a minute.
If you live in Montana, you could lower your electric bill to less than $30 a month. How? First, you
Alright, here we go. All right. Let's get back to this.
Swift, not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion. And so, yeah, instead of taking Kuwait's counteroffer, Iraq just invaded them instead. What was Kuwait gonna do anyway? They barely had a military. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq marched right in and easily took over the country. The Kuwait military was sneakily...
At Butte Auto, we believe in an easy service process. Take advantage of our great service specials going on.
Stealing oil through cross-border slant drilling in an area known as Rumaila. To make up for it, Iraq demanded Kuwait pay them $10 billion. Kuwait offered $500 million instead. And so, yeah, instead of taking Kuwait's counteroffer, Iraq just invaded them instead. What was Kuwait gonna do anyway? They barely had a military. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq marched right in and easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq, dude. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift. Not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all Iraqi forces out of the country. On August 6th, it implemented a full trade embargo on Iraq, with the exception of food and medical supplies. And yet, Iraq refused to leave, even after a growing Kuwaiti resistance movement. The Iraqi military often tortured and killed Kuwaitis resisting, even though most of them were just civilians. By November, it was clear to the United Nations Security Council that more would have to be done. It gave an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait or else. Specifically, it gave Iraq until January 15th, 1991 to leave Kuwait, or United Nations forces would, quote, use all necessary means to push them out. Of course, when I say the United Nations, I mainly mean the United States. And so, yeah, instead of taking Kuwait's counteroffer, Iraq just invaded them instead. What was Kuwait gonna do anyway? They barely had a military. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq marched right in and easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq, dude. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift, not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Iraq. You see, before the British came in and drew up borders of the Middle East, modern-day Iraq and Kuwait used to be part of the same territory within the Ottoman Empire. Thus, Saddam and others in the Iraqi government thought that Kuwait ought to be part of Iraq. On July 26, 1990, Kuwait announced that it would limit its oil production. But Iraq was mad at them still for something else that Kuwait apparently was doing, man. Iraq claimed Kuwait was sneakily stealing oil through cross-border slants. Yeah, instead of taking Kuwait's counteroffer, Iraq just invaded them instead. What was Kuwait gonna do anyway? They barely had a military. On August 2nd, 1990, Iraq marched right in and easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq, dude. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift, not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all Iraqi forces out of the country. On August 6th, it implemented a full trade embargo on Iraq, with the exception of food and medical supplies. And yet, Iraq refused to leave, even after a growing Kuwaiti resistance movement. The Iraqi military often tortured and killed Kuwaitis resisting, even though most of them were just civilians. By November, it was clear to the United Nations Security Council that more would have to be done. It gave an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait or else. Specifically, it gave Iraq until January 15th, 1991 to leave Kuwait, or United Nations forces would, quote, use all necessary means to push them out. Of course, when I say the United Nations, I mainly mean the United States.
We are united in the belief that Iraq's aggression must not be
took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq, dude. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift, not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all Iraqi forces out of the country. On August 6th, it implemented a full trade embargo on Iraq, with the exception of food and medical supplies. And yet, Iraq refused to leave, even after a growing Kuwaiti resistance movement. The Iraqi military often tortured and killed Kuwaitis resisting, even though most of them were just civilians. By November, it was clear to the United Nations Security Council that more would have to be done. It gave an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait or else. Specifically, it gave Iraq until January 15th, 1991 to leave Kuwait, or United Nations forces would, quote, use all necessary means to push them out. Of course, when I say the United Nations, I mainly mean the United States.
We are united in the belief that Iraq's aggression must not be tolerated. No peaceful international order is possible if larger states can devour their smaller neighbors.
The American president at the time, George Herbert Walker Bush, worried that Saddam might eventually attack Saudi Arabia, who was a big ally to the United States, next. First, he got Congress's permission to intervene. They were like,
I'm actually going to call my buddy Chang,
and
because his mom lived in Kuwait. I wonder if she lived in Kuwait at this time. That's actually where his dad met his mom, was in Kuwait at a military base. So I wonder if she lived in Kuwait at this time.
What's up, fuckface?
Not much. I'm just streaming right now. You're on speaker. I said I'm just streaming right now. You're on speaker, but I'm streaming about the Gulf War. If you know anything about that.
Not really, dude.
It was when Iraq invaded Kuwait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad was there. He was in the CNN building and stuff when they were there.
During the Gulf War. That's why I was calling to ask you about that.
Yeah, my dad was, he worked for the military. He was a contractor. He worked on all the Humvees and stuff. And he was telling me stories that they would have to get rid of vehicles sometimes. And so he got a call one time to go out there. They blew up a car with a bazooka.
Huh?
He said it was the coolest thing ever.
Really? That's funny. Is that how your dad met your mom? Is that he was stationed over there during the Gulf War and stuff?
No, he wasn't stationed over there, bro.
Or
He joined the army back when in Vietnam. My dad was actually supposed to go to Vietnam, but
yeah.
I don't remember what happened. No, my dad was just a contractor. He worked for this company called CSA and then TLC, I think it was, if I remember, TLA or something like that.
Oh, that's pretty dope.
Yeah, he made a bunch of money over there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty cool growing up over there. I
Yeah.
remember.
Fucking, what was Kuwait like? I guess you told me before, but
It's just hot, bro. Like,
it's
I
hot.
remember when we'd come back to the States and then go back to Kuwait, as soon as you get off the plane, bro, it's so fucking hot in the airport. Like, it's
Really?
Yeah, it's like in the summers when you'd go outside, you'd instantly start sweating.
Huh?
Yeah.
That's shitty.
Yeah, sometimes it get up to like 120, 130 degrees.
Yeah. When did your mom move to Kuwait?
My mom and dad moved to Kuwait.
Oh, your mom.
I think they got married. They got married in 97 and they moved to Kuwait in 98.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know if my dad already lived in Kuwait. He was working for the TLA at that time. But my dad was telling me this story this one time about this one guy. I can't remember what his name was, but
she's in class now, so Gabby will be here for like maybe.
They came home one day and they had this army blanket wrapped around something, and he lived with this guy and a bunch of other guys, you know.
Yeah.
And they brought this thing inside the house, and he took the fucking blanket off, and here it is, one of them fucking missiles, bro.
What?
And, yeah, and it had a dial on the top of it. And they were fucking with it. My dad was like, "No, you ain't fucking with that in here. Motherfucker, when that thing blows up on us, we're all fucked."
That's crazy.
Yeah, my dad found a lot of cool shit in the desert, though.
That is pretty cool.
After the war and stuff, he found a lot of AK-47s and stuff like that.
Did he keep any of them?
Yeah, he kept a bunch of them in Kuwait, but I mean, it's not very illegal thing to have.
Yeah, I doubt it.
They frown upon guns, so
yeah.
Before he moved back, he turned them into the embassy. He actually had a pistol there, I think I remember, but I can't remember how he got it.
That's funny.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty crazy living in Kuwait, honestly.
Yeah.
I miss it over there, dude. The food is phenomenal.
Really?
And it's cheap too. It's not like here, dude. You can fucking go to an Indian restaurant and feed yourself for like probably $3 or $4.
Yeah, isn't Kuwait like a really rich country because of the oil and the port right there?
Yeah, my dad used to say growing up when we were driving downtown Kuwait, he'd say, "Look at these skyscrapers. People get jealous of their friends' skyscrapers, so they have to build one, and they're just not even occupied." I'm serious.
That's fucked. That's just a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, there's even a mall in Kuwait. So there's a mall in Kuwait that's almost like I can't remember if it's 5 or 6 miles long, but they have like Gucci, Fendi, like literally there's probably a lot of money in that fucking lot. Like, dude, it's pretty crazy.
Really?
Yeah, it's called the Avenues Mall in Kuwait. Look it up. And then they have a couple big ass malls. They have another one.
The Avenues Mall in Kuwait.
Yeah. But they have this one skyscraper. I think.
Oh, dude, that's a sick looking mall. It's like a giant dome. Like, or not just a dome, but it has like, it's like a bunch of glass and just like a shit ton of domes and stuff. That's cool as shit.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. It's like when I moved here and we went to a mall here, I was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What kind of mall is this? My mom's like, they're not like, a lot of people made fun of me growing up, you know, saying like, oh, Kuwait's a third. Dude, in Kuwait, there was literally no beggars.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny as fuck.
I grew up having a maid, bro.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's crazy as fuck.
I think my parents only paid her like, it wasn't even that much, dude. I think it was probably like $300 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't very much whatsoever. I don't even know how she afforded to live.
Huh.
Or maybe it was weekly. I can't remember. I remember my parents always giving them money and stuff.
Yeah.
But crazy story for you. When I can't remember, it was my 4th or 5th birthday party. My parents, they used to be really big into jewelry. They used to have
Well, yeah, your dad gave you that Rolex and shit, so I assume so.
Yeah. Well, he sold that thing, dude.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because I owe him a bunch of money, so he's like, fuck you, motherfucker. I'm just selling this piece of shit. But, me and my mom and dad were they're throwing this birthday party for me, and my dad went into his room and he grabbed his jewelry box. Something was all fucked up or something, and he didn't notice, or he noticed something weird, you know?
Yeah.
And he picked up his jewelry box and his fucking asshole fell. Dude, like his fucking heart fell out of his ass, dude, because it was so light, and he opened it and all his fucking gold's gone.
Oh,
and,
damn, that's shitty.
Yeah.
So he got robbed or something?
Yeah, we got robbed, and fucking they took a bunch of shit, like my dad's Rolex watches, bunch of shit, right? And get this, right? So months go by, they accused this one lady at the party of doing it, and my parents had something called wasta in Kuwait. It's I can't really describe it. If you have wasta, you pretty much overpower somebody. That I don't know how that really works. I can't remember.
How do you spell wasta?
W-A-S-T-A, I think. Here, hold on 1 second. Wasta.
Wasta in Arabic. Wasta. Yeah, that's how you spell it.
Wow, who you know? Yeah.
Is an Arabic loosely termed. Who you know? Yeah. Okay, so that's the term. Is like is that it's about who you know.
Yeah, pretty much. So my parents had a lot of wasta because my mom is actually, like you can fact check this. Like my mom has done used to go work on this American lady that is married to one of the Sabah families.
Really?
The Sabah family is actually one of the richest
families in the world. Yeah.
Which is, they're fucking dirty rich, dude. So when I was
do they own like a oil field or something over there?
I can't remember what they own. I know they own a lot of things though. So I remember growing up, they had this big compound, bro. They're probably I don't know. It was probably at least like, I don't know. It had their own tennis court, their own movie theater in it, like legit movie theater, tennis court, basketball court, their own boat dock.
Yeah.
And they had like 3 or 4 yachts, and I think a couple of them were like, well, I think one, if I remember right, one was like 150 million or something like that, something crazy, bro. They were huge yachts. Like they did not fuck around. But I remember growing up there, and dude, they'd always like cook for me and stuff, dude. Because my mom would always bring me to these places with her. Because you know, when my dad retired and came back to the States, my mom had to take care of me for a couple years. And after I graduated, or I got done with middle school over there, that's when I moved back over here.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't really a high school for me to go to, and there was only like
What, they didn't have like a high school for you to go to over there? That's weird.
No, they do, but you have to pay it for it. Most
so
schools
it's
over in Kuwait are all
private
schools. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like even the Christian school that I went to, or you could go to the public school, but it was like always Indian kids and stuff like that. I don't think my mom, I don't know, my mom probably didn't want me to.
It was more, it was like rougher.
Not really rougher. She just don't, she wanted the best for me. And
yeah.
Like, I mean, Indians are not talking shit on them, but they're just not as, you know, cleanly and, you know.
Yeah, they are kind of dirty.
Yeah, they are kind of dirty. But she didn't want me to go to that school for that reason. I couldn't.
That's funny. I didn't know that there was a big Indian population in Kuwait.
Dude, there's a big Indian population, Chinese population, Filipino population, Pakistani.
Yeah.
But I don't know so much anymore because once COVID hit, they kind of toned down on
immigration and stuff.
Well, yeah, a lot of people coming in and out of the country.
Yeah.
My mom had a lot of say and stuff. Well, not really say, but more so. So I remember my mom saying something because in Kuwait you had when you had your civil ID, they called them civil IDs, not driver's licenses and stuff.
Yeah.
My mom had a special Kuwaiti one because that only Kuwaitis could get.
Huh.
And I don't know how she got it, but dude, my mom's done so much cool. My mom's done so much cool shit in Kuwait. Like she did therapy for Nelson Mandela.
What?
Yeah, George Senior Bush, Tony Blair. Do you know who Tony Blair is?
Yeah, I heard of the name.
The Prime Minister of England.
Huh.
Yeah, my mom's met a lot of cool people. Like,
That's crazy that she did that for George Senior Bush because he's
She has a picture with him and Barbara and two $50 bills that are signed, and my parents have them framed in their bedroom.
That's dope.
Yeah, she tipped.
She did that in Kuwait.
Yeah, he tipped her $100, and he signed it.
Huh?
The $50 bills.
That's cool as shit.
One day they're gonna be worth some money.
Yeah, I mean he died like 4 years ago, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did. He had really bad Parkinson or something, right?
He had like a thyroid condition, I'm fairly sure.
Yeah.
Let me look this up. What disease did what the fuck? What disease did George Bush Sr. have?
According to Philadelphia
it was
Inquirer,
Parkinson's,
Bush
yeah.
was diagnosed with vascular Parkinsonism. This is a rare condition, believed to be caused by multiple mini-strokes that damage the same structures deep in the brain affected in classic Parkinson's
JJ's calling
disease.
me.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I'll see you later. Love you, buddy.
Love you too,
bye. Hey, babe.
Hey, how much longer do you think you're gonna be
Streaming?
Mhm.
Oh, probably for a while. Why?
Because I fucking got all the way to the gas station and realized I was like trying to think. I was like, I feel like I don't have my purse. And then I fucking got all the way here and I fucking realized I was like, fuck, I grabbed the wrong purse. I don't have any in my cart.
Well, I can keep my stream on. I'll just put the logo up and say and play some music until I get back.
Okay, well, if you would, that'd be awesome, but I can't, like, leave now, like, so if you'd go to the gas station and buy me a couple primes and then bring it over.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that for you.
And, yeah.
Okay, which purse do you need? The
little brown one.
The little brown one?
Yeah, that new one I got.
Okay, where is it? Do you know?
The closet upstairs.
Okay, sounds good. I'll do that right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take Gabby with me.
Alright, I'm just gonna be walking into, like, I gotta go in.
With Fiverr, you can hire top-rated freelance experts in a variety of AI services. Alternatively, you could just become an AI expert yourself. Begin by learning acronyms like NLP, NLG, and ANN. Spend hours writing countless prompts. And finally, stay up to date in a field that's constantly evolving, even at this very moment, and this moment, and this moment. And yeah, just hire a freelancer. Fiverr, freelance AI experts for your business.
Boost your revenue and drive growth with Google Ads. Reach high-value customers across the entire Google network, like search, shopping, YouTube, and more. Get started today.
Our goal is to produce top quartile performance when it comes to our actively managed funds on the muni side, on the taxable fixed income side. A big part of our strategy has always been focused on discipline, risk control, but also that long-term approach to investing.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile.
It only costs $50 at T-Mobile.
Just one cord to set up.
Say goodbye to that truck.
Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Oh, what a beautiful day. They won't raise your rates at T-Mobile. You'll get a great deal every day.
Home internet from T-Mobile, just $50 a month.
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%.
Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products.
Try Dawn Power Wash.
Our ads work as hard as you do by bringing customers and sales closer than you can imagine. Small businesses saw 26% of their sales on average driven by Amazon ads.
Alright, I'm back. That took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. Where were we?
Easily took over the country. The Kuwait military didn't put up much of a fight at all. Heck, many soldiers were on vacation anyway. Within 2 days, the Iraqi military had installed a puppet government. A few days after that, Saddam Hussein announced that Kuwait was just another province of Iraq, dude. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift. Not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all Iraqi forces out of the country. On August 6th, it implemented a full trade embargo on Iraq, with the exception of food and medical supplies. And yet, Iraq refused to leave, even after a growing Kuwaiti resistance movement. The Iraqi military often tortured and killed Kuwaitis resisting, even though most of them were just civilians. By November, it was clear to the United Nations Security Council that more would have to be done. It gave an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait or else. Specifically, it gave Iraq until January 15th, 1991 to leave Kuwait, or United Nations forces would, quote, use all necessary means to push them out. Of course, when I say the United Nations, I mainly mean the United States.
We are united in the belief that Iraq's aggression must not be tolerated. No peaceful international order is possible if larger states can devour their smaller neighbors.
The American president at the time, George Herbert Walker Bush, worried that Saddam might eventually attack Saudi Arabia, who was a big ally to the United States, next. First, he got Congress's permission to intervene. They were like, sure. Next, Bush got Saudi Arabia's permission to increase the number of American soldiers stationed in their country to 400,000. Bush then worked with other countries in NATO. If you don't know what NATO is, I have a video about it here. Oh.
Acorns is built to put investing at the center of your money. Every time you pay for something, they invest the spare change. Every time you get your paycheck, they automatically invest a little bit of it. And even when...
Here. Sorry about that. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all Iraqi forces out of the country. On August 6th, it implemented a full trade embargo on Iraq, with the exception of food and medical supplies. And yet, Iraq refused to leave, even after a growing Kuwaiti resistance movement. The Iraqi military often tortured and killed Kuwaitis resisting, even though most of them were just civilians. By November, it was clear to the United Nations Security Council that more would have to be done. It gave an ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait or else. Specifically, it gave Iraq until January 15th, 1991 to leave Kuwait, or United Nations forces would, quote, use all necessary means to push them out. Of course, when I say the United Nations, I mainly mean the United States.
We are united in the belief that Iraq's aggression must not be tolerated. No peaceful international order is possible if larger states can devour their smaller neighbors.
The American president at the time, George Herbert Walker Bush, worried that Saddam might eventually attack Saudi Arabia, who was a big ally to the United States, next. First, he got Congress's permission to intervene. They were like, sure. Next, Bush got Saudi Arabia's permission to increase the number of American soldiers stationed. While the speed of Iraq's invasion was surprising, the world's response to it was just as swift, not that swift. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all
dash I. On August 3rd, the United Nations Security Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all Iraqi forces out of the country. On August 6th, it implemented a full trade embargo on Iraq, with the exception of food and medical supplies. And yet, Go for the key. Where was I? Within hours of the invasion, Kuwait and U.S. delegations requested a meeting for the UN Security Council, which passed Resolution 660. United Nations Resolution 660. Adopted on Resolution. Adopted on 1990. After nothing, its alarm of the invasion of its alarm of the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. The council condemned the invasion and demanded Iraq withdraw immediate. Let me look and see if this, because he said a different date. Let's see something that's not Wikipedia, see if it has a different date. Yeah, so he had the date wrong. It looked like. All right, adopted on August 2nd of August 1990. After nodding its alarm of the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq, the council condemned the invasion and demanded Iraq withdrawal immediately and unconditionally to position as they were on Yemen called upon Iraq to enter immediate negotiation to resolve their differences. I wonder what the Should I copy that? Because I can just go like that. Just denounce the invasion. then Yemen called upon Iraq and Kuwait to enter into an immediate negotiation to resolve their differences, thanking the Arab League for its efforts. Talks between both sides broke down the day before in the council also detected Council also decided to meet again as necessary to ensure compliance with the current resolution. The result was adopted by 14 votes to none. While Yemen did not participate in voting, it was first of 12 resolutions of the conflict passed in 19. I do not participate. Yemen did not. I wonder why Yemen did not participate in the vote. Why did Yemen not participate in the vote for resolution enter. The Security Council voted by 14 in favor and 0 against. One member, Yemen, did not participate in the vote, citing lack of direction from its government. Why did its government not want the second. I'm gonna look up how to do a word search on a PDF file. How to do a word search on a PDF file.
In today's video, we are going to learn how to search for a word in PDF documents the easy way.
This will make it so much
Of course,
easier.
you are probably familiar with the hotkey command Control/Command plus F, which usually does the job with Microsoft Office files, PDFs, Mac OS pages, online documents, amongst others. But everyone knows that one, right? So today, we're not only going to learn how to find a word in a PDF document, but also
Okay.
some advanced tips and tricks such as how to search for
All right. Within hours of investigation. All right. Passed by a vote of 13. Oh, Cuba and Yemen. Wait, what? Passed by a vote of 13-0, which... Wait, what is this? Oh, this is resolution 6061, which imposed economic sanctions on Iraq. Okay, that's what he was talking about right there. All right. On by a vote of 14 in favor and 0 against, one member, Yemen did not participate in the vote, citing lack of instruction from its government. I don't even need to put that in there. Because, like, obviously it was a lack of instruction from its government. I guess they could have had an actual reason. Can I highlight words in this? Wait, can I go like this? right. Full text of resolution is contained in titled Reaction Threat Breaches Piece of Action. All right, and then when was the vote? 661 done. Poses economic sanctions on Iraq. Did he get that date right?
The Council unanimously denounced the invasion and demanded the immediate withdrawal of all Iraqi forces out of the country. On August 6th, it implemented...
Yeah, he did. Okay. I guess actually I'm gonna put this right there. Invoking a sweeping authority gained by chapter. Response to Iraq's refusal to withdraw from Kuwait and invoking the sweeping. Responded to Iraq's refusal to withdraw from Kuwait and invoking the sweeping authority granted by chapter of the characters of the United Nations for third time in history. just gonna copy that. Two. Refusal to withdraw from Kuwait. And the sweeping authority granted by of the United Nations. All right, now. Second. Approved resolution. It's 2 P's, I know. Approved resolution. Economic. This impose sanctions on Iraq. Demanding Iraq immediately withdraw from. What was I gonna do here? All right. Let's see what this is. Enter. Oh, whoop. What the fuck? Back. Article: any such question on which action is necessary shall be referred to the Security Council by necessary shall be is this it right here? Respect to threats to the peace, breaches of the peace, and acts of aggression. Article 39 through 51. The Security Council shall determine the existence of any threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression, and shall mark recommendations or decide what measures shall be taken in accordance with Article 41 and 42 to maintain or restore international peace and security. In order to prevent and the Security Council may, before making recommendations or receiving upon the measures provided in Article 91, call upon the party concerned to comply with such provincial measures as it deems necessary or desirable. Such provincial measures shall be without prejudice to the rights, claims, and oppositions of the parties concerned. Security Council shall duly take action of failure to comply with such provisional measures. Okay, the Security... Alright, it's 51, so the Security Council may decide what measures not involving the use of armed force to be employed. May decide what measures not involving the use of armed force are to be employed, given effect to its decision, and may call upon members of the United Nations to apply such measures. These may include complete or partial interruptions of economic relations of rail, sea, air, postal, technological, radio, and other measures of communication and should the Security Council consider that measure of providing Article 41 would be equated or have been provided to it may take such actions by air, sea, or land. Forces may not. Alright, one sec. I'm gonna. There we go. I like that better. The means of communication and pursuance of diplomacy relations. Should the Security Council consider the measures provided for in Article 41 would be antiquated or have provided to be antiquated, It may take such actions by air, sea, or land forces may be necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security. Such actions may include blockage and other operations by air, sea, or land force of measures of United Nations. All members of the United Nations, in order to contribute to the maintenance of international peace and security, undertake to make available to the Security Council on its call and according to, with the special agreement or agreement, air, armed forces, assistance, and faculties include right of passage necessary for the proposal of maintaining international peace and security. Such agreements or agreement shall govern the number of types of forces, their degree of readiness and general location, the nature of the okay. Not be negotiated as soon as possible. Security. When the Security Council has decided to use force, it shall, before calling upon a member not represented on it to provide armed forces in fulfillment of the obligation assumed under Article, invite that member, if the member so desires, to participate in the decision of the Security Council concerning the employment of that member armed forces. I hate how all this legal shit is written. It's just so boring to read. In order to enable the United Nations to take military measures, members shall hold immediately available national air force for contributing international enforcement action. The strength and degree of readiness of these contingents and plans for the combined action shall be determined within the limits laid down in special argument or arguments referring to Article 43 by Security Council with the assistance of a Military Staff Committee. Plans for the application of armed forces shall be made by Security Council with the assistance of Material Staff and Committee. Damn, this is long as fuck. There shall be established a Military Staff Committee to Security Council on questions related to Security Council military requirements for maintenance of international peace and security, the employment and command of forces placed at its disposal, and regulation of and possible disarmament. The Military Staff Committee shall consist of chiefs of staff and permanent members of the Security Council or their representatives. Any member of the United Nations not permanently represented on the committee shall be invited by the committee to be associated with it when the efficient discharge from the committee's responsibilities requires the participation of members in its work.
Hire top-rated freelance experts in a variety of AI services.
The Military Staff Committee shall be responsible under the Security Council for the of any armed forces placed at the disposal of Security Council. Relations to the committee of such force shall be worked out Security Council. Alright, so that's... Alright. The action required to carry out the decision of the Security Council for the maintenance of international peace and security shall be taken by all members of the United Nations or by some of them as the security... Alright, one sec. I had to answer a text. Where was I? Oh, fuck. We'll keep making my... Damn, I lost people because I was texting. Shit. I can't believe that I lost people because I was texting. Damn it. I shouldn't have been texting. The action required to carry out the decision of the Security Council for the maintenance of international peace and security shall be taken by all members of the United Nations or by some of them, as the Security Council may determine. Such decisions shall be carried out by the members of the United Nations directly and through their action in the appropriate international agency of which they are members. The members of the United Nations shall join in affording mutual assistance in carrying out the measures decided upon by the Security Council. Alright, if prevented or enforcement of measures against any state are taken by the Security Council, any other state, whether a member of the United Nations or not, which finds itself confronted with special economic problems arising from the carrying out of those measures shall have the right to consult the Security Council with regards to solutions of those problems. Nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent rights of individuals or collective self-defense of if any armed attacks occur against a member of the United Nations until Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security. Measures taken by members in the exercise of the rights of the self-defiance shall be immediately reported to the Security Council and shall not in any way affect the authority of the response of the Security Council under pressures chartered to any time such action is deemed necessary in order to maintain and restore international peace and security. Okay, so the ability to decide what measures not involving the use of armed forces are employed to give effect to its decision, and may call upon members of the United Nations to apply such measures. These measures may include complete or regulations for LC measures. This may include or interpretations of economic relations and of rail, sea, air. Involving the use of armed forces are to be implemented into giving effect to this decision and may call upon the members of the United Nations to apply such measures. These may include complete international economic relations, rail, sea, other means. Should the Security Council consider providing for article, it would equate or have provided adequate, it may take such actions by air, sea, or land forces as may be necessary to maintain, restore international. Alright, I'm just gonna do this. Copy this, because this is just the straight. Can I change the size of this? Okay. That's really what you need to know from chapter. There we go. I don't want to get any further in this because then it gets... How can I change the text so that it's easier for me to I'm gonna split these up so that it's easier for me to be able to.
Are you sick and tired of watching your cash burn away from rising utility costs?
Tell the difference.
Stick with me for the next 30 seconds, and I'll reveal the little-known secret of how homeowners are breaking free from rising power bills with the new Massive Money Savings Program and going solar for nothing up front. Hi, my name's Dusty, co-founder of Pure Light Power, a locally owned solar company where we help homeowners stop renting their power and start owning it with zero upfront costs. You see, in the past, solar was expensive, and it took years for customers to see a return on their investment. Today, that is no longer the case. The federal and state government recently allocated $1.4 trillion to renewable energy that allows homeowners with qualified roofs to go solar with no upfront costs. So before, what used to take years for homeowners to see savings, now they're seeing savings day one with the Zero Out-of-Pocket program. This is a power bill from Judy, a customer of ours last year before going solar. $313. This is a power bill of Judy after going solar with us.
There we go.
$10. Now you're probably wondering, what's the catch? And unfortunately, there always is a catch.
That's way better.
Only roofs with a certain...
Trying to figure out how to use this. This is the first time I've ever used this. Between 19 improved, created to reach target countries in which situation. However, the primary objective was to prevent Iran and occupied from exporting oil. The primary objective was to prevent Iran and occupied from It's kind of hard to read this text. A significant distinction from earlier sanctions can be drawn in case of prior to them. So the sanctions of Iraq was state in good standing while prior UN sanctions were against the outlaw states of southern Rhodesia and South Africa. United Nations testing new rules in last globe. In further providing impossible sanctions which were selective and okay, we don't need to read any more of that. The sanction prohibited members of the United Nations from buying oil from either Iraq or restricting all financial and commercial dealings except those directly related to humanitarian aid. All right. The Security Council considered the duration of the sanctions only upon the withdrawal The Council's conditioned the duration of the sanctions only upon with the withdrawal of Iraqi troops and the restoration of upon all members passed by a vote of 13-0 with Q being abstinent. Let's just copy this one and paste this one. Oh, I already did that. What the fuck? Draw troops and restore the government. Copy. Paste. I wonder what Frank sent me. Maybe it's something about this. Oh. Nope, it was a racist meme. Two days later. Here we go. Let's see. The resolution was passed with a vote of, I think it was 13 to 0. With was it Cuba? Yemen.
Marvelous.io and get the best music and sound effects for your videos.
Skip. Why did Cuba and Yemen not vote on what was it called? In the adoption of the resolution and nothing, Iraq refused to comply with human rights. Council took steps implementing international sanctions on Iraq under chapter. This was the second resolution by the Security Council over the invasion of Kuwait. The council therefore decided the state should prevent the importation of all products and commodities in Kuwait. Any activity by the nations or their territories that would promote this looks like it's directly from what they said. Sale of weapons or military equipment including human aid, availability of funds or I'm gonna make these. No, we'll just do that. Yeah. All right. All right. Hold on. I am members, including non-members of the United Nations, to strictly according to the resolution. Okay. Four days after. We already kind of got what the sanctions were. We don't need to know exactly. We don't need to write down exactly what they are. I don't need to go that in depth. All right.
pumped for tax season. Let's get out there and crush those taxes. Who's with me?
We know some freelancers who are pumped for tax season. This year, hire a tax expert on Fiverr.
Done. Boost your revenue and drive growth with Google Ads. Reach high-value customers across the entire Google network, like search, shopping, YouTube, and more. Get started today.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, one sec. I need to go grab my breathalyzer. Don't get caught drinking and driving. Otherwise you have to blow in one of these. And it fucking sucks. Where was I? There we go. should not impose effective the limitations of the government of it. Finally, the Council stressed that sanctions sanction regime imposed should not affect Finally, the Council stressed that sanctions regime imposed should not affect assistance given to the legitimate government of Ukraine. The resolution was adopted by after the end of the Gulf War. The Iraqis withdrawal from sanctions were linked to removal of weapons of mass destruction by resolution 291. The effect of the government policy and stations regime led to hyperinflation, widespread poverty, and led to hyperinflation in Iraq. I would assume that they're talking about Iraq, that it led to hyperinflation. They didn't really say where it led to hyperinflation, but I assume that it's talking about Iraq, not Kuwait. But that's way later in the voting. Where's the second one? Oh, Cuba there. It doesn't say why they did. Abstain. Is this just the vote on it? That's just the vote on it. It doesn't say why. Damn it. This one says that it's oh, there we go, yeah. Doesn't say Cuba in this? Between Iraq, later dead. Okay.
Turn your ideas into videos. Go to artlist.io and get everything you need all in one place. Music recorded by real artists. Stunning visuals produced to empower your stories. Sound effects created with attention to detail. Customizable templates that are easy to use. And advanced VFX software built so you can create without limits. Go to artlist.io and start making videos today.
Resolution. What happened to resolution? Was resolution 660 3 for a different war? I wonder.
Simply type what you want to do in a chat box and watch as the magic unfolds before your eyes.
Doesn't really say why.
You can edit text. You can edit videos. If you have one idea, you can become a filmmaker. If you know a theme, you can create soundtracks and any sound effects. Let AI take care of the technicalities, and you can focus on what truly matters.
I want to see if
Captivating content that speaks
resolution
directly to your
663.
audience. Use less time to create more and better.
Yeah, so that has nothing to do with the Gulf War or anything. I was wondering. Which one was it? Did we do, which ones? We did 660, 662. 662. Let's do that. Enter. Oop. Let's go right here. So then this one is that they got rid of the sanctions for the council decided that the annexation of by any form was illegal. The council called upon all states to recognize the annexation. All right. Where were we? Ending the invasion and demanding a withdrawal of the troops. On August 3rd, the Army League passed its own resolution, which called for a solution to the conflict from within the League and warned against outside intervention. Alright, the Arab League passed its own resolution. Oh, what? Alright. So now which called for the solution of conflict from within the League and warned against outside intervention. Iraq and Libya were the only two Arab League states that opposed the resolution. For Iraq to withdraw from opposed as well. The Arab state in Jordan and West Should we put that one in there? That one just seems kind of like not that important to me, really. Maybe it's important the further we go into it, but on August, a resolution placed economic sanctions. Resolution 665 followed soon after, which authorized a Navy blockage to enforce the sanction. All right, let's see this one. Dash. Let's go, the UN. Oh, whoop. The UN passed a resolution. Oh, whoops. 665. Adopted on August 12, 1990, after demanding the full and immediate implementation of Resolution 60 and 64, the Council authorized a naval block. Alright, I guess we didn't do this one. So let's see this one first. Recalled Iraq's obligations under international law and action under demanded that Iraq permanently and Department of Nations from the department demanded that Iraq permit and facultate the Department of Nations from third countries from within Iraq and Kuwait, calling for the access to the third state nations. The Council went to demand that Iraq take no action that would jeopardize the safety of the nations, affirming that the annexation of Kuwait is illegal, therefore demanding that Iraq reside its orders to close the consulate missions. In Kuwait and removal of the diplomatic community of their personnel. Thousands of foreigners were in Iraq and Kuwait at the time of the invasion, and the Council denounced Iraq's decision to use foreign nations as human shields at strategic sites. Resolution 664 finally requested that Secretary General to report on compliance with the current solution as possible. Alright, that one's not really that important. Adopt it. Ah, motherfucker.
So fresh.
The Council authorized a naval blockade to enforce the embargo against Iraq in the aftermath of its invasion of Kuwait on 19... Alright. United Nations Security Council resolution adopted for Navy bloc to enforce an embargo against Iraq. Oh, whoops, I forgot to put the U. Authorize. To enforce the Where the fuck was I? Force an embargo against Iraq. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that you could do that. Nice. I didn't know that you could do that. This makes it look a lot prettier. And that can just shrink up the whole thing. Sick. Here, let's put the date right here. That makes it so much easier that you can do that. Like you can just open up what they say. All right. Let's look at the naval blocking. Okay, that's not about the actual invasion. On August 6th, after Iraq invasion of the Security Council adopted resolution which imposed economic sanctions on Iraq, proving for a full trade embargo, providing for a full trade embargo, including medical supplies, food, and other items of humanitarian necessity. These to be determined by the Security Council Sanction Committee. After authorizing the naval blockade, the Council invited member states to cooperate with one another and the military staff community to ensure compliance with the provisions of resolution. It also requested that security to report back to the council on developments in the situation. The Secretary General. The Secretary General of, does this say? Oh, the Secretary General of the United Nations. I don't know if that's the Secretary General of the United Nations now or back then. Yeah, no, it's now.
So you think you know Wix, do you really? First up, we've got Shape Video Masks.
Resolution was adopted by 13 to none, with 2 absent from it, avoiding
I use the shape composition
avoiding
here. Just import any SVG
indicating
file
the
and set it as a
authority
shape
and
mask.
preview of the council,
Next up, we'll keep it moving with the hover box.
which would
You can
make
use it to
the
animate any element
rockets
and
legal
create these
enforcement.
really eye-catching interactions. And what I love is that the level of control you get here is crazy precise. You can set your animation ease, scale size, and position to create this really dope effect. Third, we've got the mega menu. This not only lets you organize your site menu into different subcategories, but it also looks amazing when you add in different elements.
Whoa, where was I even typing? Today, Junior. Oop. With 2 Fs. I don't like how how I can't find why they sat out the vote. Like you'd think that it would tell you that it would tell me why. Paste. The Secretary General to report back to the Council on the situation. Alright. Enter. Back. Here we go. Let's close this one. Unless if something else comes up about it. Wait, actually. forgot to put what the vote was on there. All right, now I can close that. Invasion demanded a withdrawal, which passed for condemning the invasion and demanding a withdrawal of on August 3rd. Oh wait, where was I? Following soon after, which authorized the naval blockade to enforce the sanctions. It said the use of measures to the specific circumstance as may be necessary to halt all inward and outward maritime shipping in order to inspect and verify their cargo and destination to ensure strict implementation of the sanction. It said I'm gonna just copy and paste that because that's like a straight up just like straight wordage of what it said. The U.S. administration had at first been decisive with an undertone of registration of individuals and even application to it as it until the UK Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher played a powerful role reminding the president that absent in the had led to war that Saddam would have the whole Gulf at his mercy, along with 20% of the world oil supply, and urging President Bush not to go wobbly. Oh, really? The U.S. administration had first been indecisive with an undertone of registration to the investigation and even adaptation of it to the full. The U.S. administration was indecisive. Whoops. Of course, Margaret Thatcher would be the one who's pushing for war, her sanctions at least. Or like a naval blockade at least, you know? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? What?
What are you doing?
Still streaming. Why?
No, I was just wondering because like, you weren't connecting or couldn't hear me or something.
What do you mean?
Did I tell you what? Okay.
I have you on speaker, so.
Okay, did I tell you that I went to... Well, take me off speaker. Why am I on speaker?
Because I don't have it to my head. Here, I'll put it on my up to my head now. to be. Or not to go. Not to go wobbly, I mean, what the fuck? Not to go wobbly. Honestly, I don't think that we should be getting involved in any of this shit. Like, we should just be leaving everyone alone, keeping to ourselves. So I don't agree with what Margaret Thatcher said about the night. I mean, I do kind of agree that it did, but who knows? War could have still happened during World War II. You know, if the US didn't stay out of it for so long, you know what I'm saying? Like, who the fuck knows? Do you have a time machine and can go change, like, go into a different, I guess not even a time machine. Are you like Rick and Morty and can go into different parallel universes and shit? No. So the US should just keep to itself. Oh, I think that I think it said appeasement, like, by them towards, where the fuck was I? Control F, let's go. Okay. Now we're here. Once we do this, I think I'm going to go back and write more about the invasion. And the oil disputes and stuff, I'm going to look more into that. So, I don't know why I went a little ass backwards, but once we get down to, like, military means, then we'll go back. Once persuaded, U.S. officials insisted on a total Iraq pullout from Kuwait without any linkage to other Middle Eastern problems, accepting the British view that any would strengthen Iraqi influence in the region for years to come. On the 12th, hey, that's my birthday. The 12th is my birthday. I mean, I wasn't born then, but on the 12th of 1990, Saddam proposed that all the cases of occupation and those cases that have been portrayed as in the region be simultaneously. Specifically, he called for Israel to withdraw from occupied territories in Palestine. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it's obvious that it would link to this. Syria to withdraw from Lebanon, and mutual withdrawal by Iraq and Iran, and arrangement for the situation in. He also called for a replacement of U.S. troops that mobilized in Saudi Arabia to response to Kuwait invasion and Arab force, as long as that force did not involve Egypt. Additionally, he requested that freezed all boycotted siege and that from beginning the crisis. President Bush was strongly opposed to any linkage between Iraq occupation of Palestine issues. On the 23rd, Saddam appeared on state television with Western hostages to whom he had refused his milk, and he was going to stay. Oh, I saw this shit. This shit's weird. He asked a young British boy, Star Lockwood, whether he is getting his milk, and goes on to say through his interpreter, "We hope your presence as a guest here will not be for too long. Your presence here and in other places is meant to prevent a scourge of war." Other officials house that Iraq would withdraw from Kuwait to allow foreigners to leave, provided that the UN filled sanctions allowing guaranteed access to the Persian Gulf through the to gain full control of the Romanian oil field that strengthened its extended slightly into territory. He proposed also including the negotiation. He included offers to negotiate an oil agreement with the United States by both nations national interest, developed a joint plan to economic and financial problems and jointly work on stability of the Gulf. On November past, which gave Iraq Unit 15 to withdraw from the empowered states to use all necessary means to force Iraq out of Kuwait after the deadline. Okay, so then we'll do this one. What is it? 11 dash. Oh man, my eyes are tired. I can't really see the screen that well. Dash. Resolution 678. Oh, 1:15. $1991. forgot to put a A instead of a Q. Instead of a U, I mean not a Q. I wish I could listen to like some real music, but it would get my stream banned. After reaffirming resolution, blah, 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 blah. The council noted that despite all United Nations efforts, Iraq continued to defy the Security Council. The United Nations Security Council invoked, we already read about that, offered Iraq one final chance to implement resolution, which demanded that Iraq withdraw its forces unconditionally from Kuwait to impose to the position in which they were located on August 1st, the day before the invasion of Kuwait. On November 29th, 1990, the Security Council passed a resolution under the guidance of Canada, the USSR, United Kingdom, and United States, which gave Iraq until to withdraw from Kuwait and empowered states to use all necessary force. I wonder how much. It doesn't say how what the vote was. Oh yeah, it does. It says it down here. During the deadline, the resolution requested member state to keep the council informed on their decision. This was the legal authority of the Gulf War, as Iran did not withdraw by the deadline. Cuba's position was nuanced, as it had voted for or abstained on previous resolutions relating to Iraqi invasion, but did not support resolution because of its authorization of all means necessary. Yeah, that's true. I actually do agree with that. Resolution was adopted by 12 votes with opposing. Okay, so to 2. China. Boom. Ah, fuck. All right. The United Nations Security Council for a resolution to demand a withdrawal force in position. They were located on. Yeah, I already read that. Council. Further guidance. The authority granted member states, in this case, contract with the dispute. All right, let's. The United States government lobbied governments represented on the UN Council, including the Soviet Union, China, and Yemen, to support the resolution authorizing UN member states to use all means for removing Iraq forces from Kuwait. China, which had usually vetoed such resolutions, action against the state, abstained in exchange for a promise from the U.S. government that sanctions would be erased and that the Chinese foreign minister would be received in the White House. Various members of the council were... Alright, this is actually interesting. This is pretty fucked up that they... I didn't feel like typing all that, so I'm just gonna copy that. Actually, I'm typing. Various members of the council were rewarded with economic incentives as a result of their yes vote, and those who initially opposed the restoration were discouraged from voting no, with the idea of economic penalties, and particularly by the U.S. The U.S. successfully obtained from the Saudi government to provide to the Soviet to a winter. After Yemen voted against the resolution, the U.S. World Bank and International Fund halted aid programs to Yemen. That's fucking crazy. I guess we shouldn't be giving aid to Yemen, but like, they're like, nigga, if you don't support this war, you don't get any aid. Saudi Arabia. After voting against after Yemen voted against the resolution, the U.S. World Bank and International Monetary Fund halted aid programs to Yemen, and Saudi Arabia expelled Yemen workers. So he sounds a little corrupt. Oh, why the fuck do I have China opened on the screen right here? That was weird. International law experts such as Professor Burns Howard have argued that the UN Security Council resolution set a dubious precedent by backing away from the peaceful and humanitarian principle, ensuring the United Nations chair that the cornerstone of international law. It did this by failing to stand the UN responsibility and accountability for the military force that was deployed to the region, but instead allowed the United States to manage world policy instead, insisting in a manner. All right. Where was I? In December 1990, Iraq made a proposal to withdraw from Kuwait, provided that foreign troops left the region and that an agreement was reached regarding the Palestinian problem and the dismantlement of both Israel and Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. The White House rejected the proposal. Saddam insisted that solving the Palestine issue should be a precondition to solving the issue in Kuwait, though he did not exactly acknowledge a strong link between these problems. Saddam Hussein kind of based? Seems like Saddam Hussein kind of based, bro. Ultimately, the U.S. and UK struck their position that there would be no negotiations until Iraq withdrew from Kuwait, and that they should not grant Iraq. At least they give the permission that Iraq benefited from its military campaign. Also, when U.S. Secretary of State James Baker met with put him in here too. nationalist and a member of the Catholic Church. Weird. 2-2 is security concerns. Really left radical, often be its highest level representative at international domestic summits. Let's watch a video on this guy. Maybe different YouTube so that we can continue watching that. Oh, whoop. I don't know what the fuck I was doing there. I'm tired, so. All right.
इब्तिदा है रब्ब जलील के बाबरकत नाम से जो दिलों
तारिक अजीज अदीब भी थे और शायर भी.
Is this all gonna be in like Arabic?
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta.
Reports are coming in of the death of Tariq Aziz, one of Saddam Hussein's most trusted aides and Iraq's former foreign minister. Now, this breaking news has just come in within the last few minutes. It's been confirmed by the Iraqi Ministry of Justice. Tariq Aziz became a familiar face on many of our television screens during the first Gulf War to liberate Kuwait. Let's tell you just a little bit more about him, because he really was the international face of Saddam Hussein's regime for many, many years. Former Iraqi foreign minister, former Iraqi deputy prime minister, Tariq Aziz. There you see pictures of him with Saddam Hussein. He surrendered to US forces in April 2003, went through a trial and was sentenced to death. In fact, I think we've just got the line up to Baghdad and the BBC's Sally Nabil. Sally, can you confirm this for us?
Yes, it has been confirmed from different sources, whether medical or security sources, that Tariq Aziz, the former vice president, has died in a hospital. He had a heart attack. He was in Nasiriyah prison, southern Baghdad. But once his case deteriorated, the prison authorities, they moved him to a hospital where he died there. The man is nearly 80 years. As you said, he has been given a life sentence in 2011 and then a death sentence in.
Hey, Gabs. Hello?
What are you doing?
Streaming. Same thing I was doing.
Oh.
Yeah, why?
I was just wondering what you were up to.
Oh, not much. Just streaming. see you later.
Good. Streaming.
All right, I will.
Okay, love you. Bye.
You too. Bye. I'll see you in the morning.
started to fall out and like stuff started to decay and like it was bad. Like it was bad.
I just realized that I had my stream on Kick named the completely wrong thing than what I wanted it to. I had it the right name on what's it called, but not on Kick, so I changed it. All right, let's get back to let's get right back to it.
In 2012, they moved him to a hospital where he died there. The man is nearly 80 years. As you said, he has been given a life sentence in 2011 and then a death sentence in 2012. He was a very prominent figure and confidant of the former president Saddam Hussein for more than 30 years. He was the vice president and he was a spokesman for Saddam Hussein's regime in front of the international community because he speaks very fluent English. He was the only Christian in Saddam Hussein's regime, and one of his famous quotes in 2003, before the US invasion of Iraq, he said that the US forces are invading Iraq mainly because of oil, not because of weapons of mass destruction as they claim.
Catholic.
He turned himself in 2003, and since then he has been in trial, and finally he has been given life and death sentences in 2011 and 2012 respectively.
Oh, I forgot the O.
It's just data. But together with AI, you make it.
All right. So I really left. After Axel change it. Said that the United States didn't want regime change in Iraq, but rather region change. He said that the Bush administration's reasons for war were oil and Israel. I mean, yeah, probably. He's probably right about that. After surrendering to American forces on April 24 April 2003. I hate how they do that. I wish that it was April 24th, 2003, but oh, ow. What was it? Was it 24, 23, 24? (2003). Enter. He was held in prison first by American forces and subsequently by the new Iraqi government in Camp Korup in West Baghdad. In West Baghdad. He was acquitted at trial for some charges on March 1st, 2000, 2009, but was later found guilty of crimes against humanity and sentenced to 15 years in prison on March 11th, 2009 for executions of 42 merchants found guilty of profiteering in 1992 and another 7 years for relocating Kurds on October 26, 2010, he was sentenced to death by Iraqi High Tribunal, which sparked regional and international communication from Iraqi bishops and other Iraqis. The Vatican, I was confused. The Vatican, the United Nations, the European Union, and the Human Rights Organization International, as well as various governments around the world, such as Russia. On October 28th, 2010, it was reported that Aziz, as well as 25 fellow prison inmates, had begun a hunger strike to protest the fact that they could not receive their once monthly visit from friends and relatives, which was normally set for the last Friday of each month. Iraqi President Jalal Tabatabai declared that he would not sign Aziz's execution order, thus committing his sentence to indefinite imprisonment. Aziz remained in custody. Alright. Iraqi war. Let's see if it has anything on nope. On the Gulf War. Nope. Where was it? How do you pronounce his name? I want to hear them say his name.
Reports are coming in of the death of Tariq Aziz, one of Saddam Hussein's most trusted aides and Iraq's former foreign minister. Now,
Tariq Aziz. Okay, Tariq Aziz. On January 14th, 1991, France proposed that the UN Security Council called for a rapid and massive withdrawal from Kuwait, along with a statement to Iraq that council members would bring their active contributions to a settlement of the regime's other problems, in particular of the Arabic-Islamic conflict, Arab-Israeli conflict, and in particular the Palestine problem, by converting an appropriate movement and international conference to assure the security and stability and development of his regime of the world. The French proposal was supported by Belgium, Germany, Spain, Italy, and several non states. The US and the UK and the Soviet Union rejected it. US ambassadors to the UN Thomas stated that French proposal was unacceptable because they went beyond previous council resolutions on the Iraqi invasion. France dropped this proposal when it found out no tangible sign of interest from Baghdad. All right. Military means. Let's go back up because I did skip the invasion of Kuwait. The result of the response to immediate invasion, which started on the results of the jihadi talks was all right, here we go. Border dispute involved Iraqi claim to Kuwaiti territory. Kuwait had been a part of the Ottoman Empire, something that the Iraqi claimed made Kuwait rightfully Iraqi territory. Kuwait's ruling dynasty, the Al Shah family, had consoled a protection agreement in 1989 that assigned responsibility for Kuwaiti's foreign affairs to the United Kingdom. The UK drew the border between Kuwait and Iraq in 1922. Making Iraq almost entirely landlocked. Because it has to do with that they barely had any access to the Gulf. The Middle East reports that Middle East international leadership makes one of the most widely on the Middle East issue, which featured in-depth analysis articles on Eastern political. Oh. I guess I can look it up. I think that the reason why they say that they were landlocked is because, look, so here's Iraq. You see it, they're just surrounded completely by land, and they just have that little tiny section where they can port into the Gulf right there, into the Persian Gulf. See? So that's where they are because Kuwait got lined out. They used to have it so that it was all the way out here, you know. So now they just have that little tiny line right there. But we can look it up. It does not have territory connected to any oceans. Coastal. Yeah, see. Oh, wait. To the Persian Gulf. All right, let's see. Where was I? Iraq also accused of there we go. Also accused of exceeding its quota for oil production in order for the cartel to maintain its desired price of $18 per barrel. Discipline was required. The United Arab Emirates and Kuwait were constantly overproducing. Overproducing. The latter, at least in part, to which one was the latter? To repair losses caused by Iranian attacks in the Iran-Iraq war, and to pay off those losses for an economic scandal. The result was a slump in the oil price, as low as $10 per barrel, which with a resulting loss of $7 billion for Iraq. caused a loss of $7 billion to Iraq. $18 per gallon. Right, $18 per barrel. I mean, not per gallon, per barrel. Did it say $10 per barrel? Equal to its 19 balance of payment difficult. Requesting resulting reviews struggle to support the government's basic costs, let alone repair Iraq's damaged infrastructure. Jordan and Iraq both looked for more discipline with little success. The Iraqi government described it as a form of economic warfare, which it claimed was aggravated by Kuwait slant drilling across the border into Iraq. Iraqi's Rumaniyal oil field. I wonder if they were actually doing that or not. Let's look it up. Was Kuwait slant drilling into Iraq oil? Yeah, it doesn't. I can't find anything that says that they actually were or not, if they actually were or not. It doesn't say. According to oil workers in the area, Iraq's land drilling claim was fabricated, as oil flows easily from a field without any need for these techniques. Oops. But did they have an agreement that they would only take a certain amount of oil out of the area? I don't know. I don't know how this would, the rights to oil would go with this. Like if there was a big like deposit, I guess, I don't know what it would be called, of oil that bordered on both countries. If one country just started drilling and just pumping all of it out, is the other country like pumping it out way faster than the other country? Does the other country have a right to say, hey, you're taking all of our oil? Or is it just whoever pumps the oil out fast enough? I don't know. This was supported by the U.S., who believes Iraqi ties with pro-Western Gulf states would help bring... Wait. At the same time, Saban looked for close ties to those Arab states that had supported Iraq in the war. This move was supported by the U.S., who believed that Iraqi ties with pro-Western Gulf states would help bring and maintain Iraq side to the U.S. sphere of influence. In 1989, it appeared that Saudi-Iraqi relations strong during the war. That's a weird way of phrasing it. Would be maintained. A pact of non-influence and non-aggression interference was signed between the countries, followed by a Kuwait and Iraqi deal for Iraq to supply Kuwait with water for drinking and irrigation. Although a request for Kuwait to lease Iraq stands on the part of so where is it? It's right over here on the map. Here, let's look. Let's try to what was it called? Find it on here. Okay. So it's right there. It has a port right there. Almost. Okay. Where was I? For Iraq to supply colonies. Although a request for Kuwait to lease Iraq was rejected, Saudi-backed development projects were harbored by Iraq's largest debts, even when the demobilization of 2,000 soldiers. Iraq also looked to increase arms production so as to become an exporter. Although the success of these projects was also restrained by Iraq's obligations in Iraq. All right. Iraq's relations with its Arab nations, particularly Egypt, were degraded by mounting violence in Iraq against expatriate groups who were well employed during the war, but unemployed Iraqis. Among them demobilized soldiers. These events drew little notice outside of Arab world because the fast-moving events directly related to the fall of communism in Eastern Europe. However, the U.S. did begin to condemn Iraq's human rights record, including the well-known use of torture. Where was I? The UK also condemned the execution of I don't get to see what his face looks like, bro. What the fuck? Fuck off. To live in the United Kingdom. Right, was a Iranian journalist who settled in the United Kingdom in the mid-70s. He worked as a freelance reporter for the Observer. He was arrested by Iraqi authorities and executed in 1990 after being convicted of spying for Israel while working in Iraq. I wonder if he was spying for Israel or if they were just being fucking paranoid. Okay, so that really doesn't have to do anything with the actual Gulf War. I mean, it's just interesting. Saddam's declaration, biochemical weapon. That biochemical weapons would be used on Israel if it used military force against Iraq. Washington halted parts of its funding. A UN mission to the Israeli-occupied territories where riots had resulted in Palestinian deaths was vetoed by the U.S., making Iraq deeply skeptical of U.S. foreign policy aims in the region, combined with the reliance of the U.S. on Middle Eastern energy reserves. Okay. Let's see the invasion now. Wait, maybe. Maybe we can keep going on here. openly threatened to take military action. On the 23rd, the CIA reported that Iraq moved 30 troops to the border, and the U.S. Navy fleet in the Persian Gulf was placed on alert. Saddam believed an anti-Iraqi conspiracy was developing. Kuwait had begun talks with Iran, and Iraqis' rival Syria had arranged a visit to Egypt on the 15th of July 1990. Saddam's government laid out its combined objective to the Arab Legion, including their policy moves were costing Iraq $1 billion a year. That Kuwait was still using the Rumalia oil field, and that loans made by UAE, what the fuck? I must have dyslexia or something. United Arab, I think that stands for United Arab Emirates. Yeah, it does. It stands for United Arab Emirates. Could not be considered debt to its Arab brother. He threatened force against Kuwait and the UAE, saying, where was it? Where was I? Saddam's government laid out its combined objections to the Arab League. When was this? July 15th. I forgot to put the dash right there. 1990. The policies were costing that Quake was still using Romanian oil fields. Rumalia oil field. The Rumalia oil field. And that loans made by the UAE and Kuwait could not be considered debts to its Arab brothers. He threatened force against Kuwait and the UAE, saying that the policies of some Arab rulers are American and they are inspired by America to undermine Arab interest and security. The U.S. sent aerial refueling planes and combat ships to the Persian Gulf in response to these threats. Someone spelled that wrong right there. Refueling. In response to these threats, the U.S. sent. In response to these threats, discussions in Jeddah mentioned on Arab League's behalf by the Egyptian president were held on July. In response to these threats. It was revealed during Saddam's following his capture that in addition to economic disputes and exchanges between the Kuwaiti Liquidy Monarch. People to know. To know. File to people to know. People know. There we go. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce that. We're gonna go into a paste. Pronunciation. I wish that we could, that I could put like sounds in here so I could put the pronunciation on. I wonder if this is going to
January 2006 after confirmation by the National Assembly and served until his death on the 29th of September 2020. He was the fourth son of Sheikh Ahmed al-Jaber. Sabah al-Ahmed al-Jaber al-Sabah was born on the 16th of June.
Oh, wait, I'm actually going to slow that down so I can know how the fuck to pronounce his name. Maybe actually I'll look up how to pronounce his name later.
Sabah al-Ahmed al-Jaber al-Sabah was born on the 16th of June 1929. He was the Emir of Kuwait and the commander of the Kuwait military forces. He was sworn in on the 29th of January 2006 after confirmation by the National Assembly and served until his death on the 29th of September 2020. He was the fourth son of Sheikh Ahmed al-Jaber al-Sabah. Al-Sabah was born on the 16th of June 1929. He received his primary education at Al-Mubarakia School in the 1930s and completed his education under tutors. He was the half-brother of the previous Emir of Kuwait, Sheikh Jaber al-Ahmed al-Sabah, who appointed Sabah as Prime Minister in July 2003, replacing the Crown Prince of Kuwait, Sheikh Saad al-Salim al-Sabah. His brother was killed in the deliberate crash of Royal Air Maroc Flight 630. Before becoming Emir of Kuwait, Sabah was the Foreign Minister from 1963 to 1991 and from 1992 to 2003. As Foreign Minister, Sabah restored Kuwaiti international relations after the Gulf War. He was also first Deputy Prime Minister while serving as Foreign Minister. He was Acting Minister of Finance from 1965 to 1967. He was Prime Minister and de facto ruler in 2003 to 06, due to Jaber II's ill health. On the 15th of January 2006, the Emir, Sheikh Jaber, died, making Sheikh Saad, Crown Prince of Kuwait, the new Emir.
Forward
With Saad's accession, Sabah was likely to become the new Crown Prince, retaining his function of Prime Minister. But the constitution requires that the Emir be sworn in before Parliament, and the oath of office is complex. Soon, word began to spread that Saad was unable to take the oath in full. Some reports suggested that he suffered from Alzheimer's disease or some other debilitating disease. It was generally agreed that
Are we moving the clock forward or backward today? Fall back an hour. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go.
He was unable to speak, at least at any length. After a power struggle within the ruling family, Saad agreed to abdicate as Emir of Kuwait on the 23rd of January 2006 due to his illness. The ruling family then conferred and Sabah became the new Emir. On the 24th of January 2006, the National Assembly of Kuwait voted Saad out of office, moments before an official letter of abdication was received. The Cabinet of Kuwait nominated Sabah as Emir. He was sworn in on the 29th of January 2006 with the National Assembly's approval, ending that crisis. Sabah dissolved the National Assembly on the 19th of March 2008 and called for early elections on the 17th of May 2008, after the cabinet resigned in the week of the 17th of March 2008 following a power struggle with the government. A struggle broke out between the government and parliament in 2012. He consequently dissolved the parliament. Sabah was a respected regional and international mediator due in part to his place in the Gulf Cooperation Council's leadership order and his 40 years of service as Foreign Minister and Prime Minister. Under his leadership, Kuwait acted as a go-between for Pakistan and Bangladesh, Turkey and Bulgaria, the Palestinian Authority and Jordan, factions in the civil war in Lebanon, and the Gulf states and Iran. In 2016, Sabah hosted several United Nations-sponsored meetings of leaders from the warring factions in the Yemeni civil war. Sabah quickly established Kuwait as the key mediator in the Qatar diplomatic crisis, meeting with Saudi and Emirati officials on the 6th to the 7th of June before leaving for Doha to discuss the rift with Qatari leaders. His ongoing efforts have been publicly supported by Qatar and other interested parties from the region as well as the US, UK, France, and Germany. At the beginning of September 2017, Sabah discussed the situation with top officials in Washington, D.C., including US President Donald Trump, who hailed his efforts to mediate and applauded Kuwait's critical contributions to regional stability. There were some questions from the boycotting countries about any preconditions. French President Emmanuel Macron stated French support for Sabah's mediation efforts after a meeting in Paris on the 15th of September 2017, reiterating June 2017 statement, there is no conclusive proof against them. And its raising on December 6, 1992 climaxed Pan-India Rath Yatras by...
I don't feel like watching that anymore. Why are their names so fucking weird, bro? Immer? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'll have to look that up too. December 12-31. Oh damn, the last day of the year. Dash 1977. Oh, so he's pretty young when he was or no. That was when he became the... Okay, there we go. Lived. There we go. Until his death in so his death was dash son of received his early education out of high school. And schooling was religious. I actually ever change that? Who was adopted as in 1962 he was appointed as Minister of Finance. Finance. The fuck? What was I doing? I'm fucking tired. This is okay though. I'm like not even close to where I need to be. The Iraq-Iranian War. The Gulf War. There we go. This is what we needed to look at. Some sources claim that the task of invading Iraqi forces was capture or kill Japar. However, such a claim plan was not possible with However, such a claim plan was not possible with the exile of Japar and his government to Saudi within hours of the invasion, where they ran the Kuwaitian was the government of Kuwait following the invasion and occupation of Kuwait during the Gulf War on August. Okay, that's something new that I can put in there. Response in debt, the invasion. Kuwaiti government in exile. and senior members of his government fled to Siberia, where they set up a government. Wait, oh. That was not what I meant to do. All right. Elders Sapa. El Sapa. And senior members of his government fled to Saudi Arabia. Forgot to put the government. Saudi Arabia. Where the fuck was I? Government in exile. I have no idea how the fuck to pronounce that. I'm gonna copy that and then see how the hell to pronunciation.
Taif, Saudi Arabia.
Taif?
Taif, Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Taif. And Taif. Taif. Gotta keep that in mind. Was far more than most. Right. Having full disposal of their very considerable extent in the West Bank. All right, let's look at where that is on the map. Okay. Saudi Arabia. Can we search? Oh man, it's way over here. Holy shit. I didn't know that it was going to be all the way over here. Next to Judah. Okay. It's in West Bank, which made it used to conduct a massive propaganda campaign denouncing Iraqi occupation, mobilizing public opinion in Western in favor of war with Iraq. In March 1991, following the defeat of the hands of forces and the shriek of its government, were able to return to Kuwait. Made use to conduct a massive propaganda campaign denouncing conducted a massive announcing propaganda campaign denouncing occupation. Enter. In March. In mobilizing public opinion in the Western Hemisphere in favor of war. Mobilize public opinion in the Western Hemisphere in favor of war. Favor of war with Iraq. From a hotel in... Oh, a hotel. Saudi Arabia. Taffer set up his government so that ministers were in communication with people still in Kuwait. The government was able to direct an underground and armed resistance made up of both military and civilian forces. They were able to underground. Both. Provide and provide public service to Kuwaiti people who remain. Kuwait. We're still there. Such an emergency carry through the funds it had saved from oil. Such an emergency carry through the funds that it had saved from oil revenues. In the meantime, Jabber and his government lobbied to receive a military support action against Iraq before and during the Gulf War. When the war ended on February, Jabber remained inside Iraq, declaring 3 months of military law, causing the accusation that he was trying to mobilize too much power for a small monarchy. He returned to Kuwait in March 1991 after America led efforts to restore his rule and remove the army. Stayed in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. Wait, oops, for 3 months. And declared Martial law. Too much power. He returned to Quake March. Attempted to overthrow. There were no places. They were also tasked with making sure that the country is safe enough for its government to return. They eventually did on March. Alright. Returned to Quake, staying at his private home of a wealthy Quake. And his playlist destroyed. Okay. Died of a stroke. In September, suffered a stroke and went into the United Kingdom treatment. He died on age 75 from the cerebral hemorrhage he suffered in 2001. He was succeeded by the Crown Prince. The government announced he declared. Okay. There's 2 people on this list who died of a stroke. Margaret Thatcher died from a stroke too. I don't think that I actually even looked that up or anything. I just know that she did. Let me look that up real quick. How did Margaret Thatcher die? Yeah, she died of a stroke. All right, go back. Which Saddam claimed that stated that his intentions to turn every Iraqi woman into a $10 prostitute by bankrupting the country. What the fuck? That's funny. It was a decisive factor in the triggering of the Iraqi invasion. Saddam claimed that the stated his intentions to turn. Saddam said that $10 prostitute. Into a $10 prostitute. Maybe I might put that somewhere else, because that's kind of a weird where was I? By bankrupting the country. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take this, cut, delete that, delete that. Where was I? Oil dispute. Where was it? Where was it that he said that? Oh, Here we go, here we go, here we go. There was real during the following is capture in addition. Exchange between Korean and the during which some claim that there we go. By bankrupting Iraq. During an interrogation okay. decisive factor in triggering the decisive factor. Wait. So this is a decisive factor in triggering them. There we go. Now let's see where else we gotta go here. On the 25th of what? Doesn't say what the 25th of what. On the 25th, Saddam met with and the U.S. ambassador to Iraq in Baghdad in key leader attack. American policy regard to. Saddam stated that he would attempt last-ditch negotiation with Ukraine, but would not accept death. According to Assad's own account, she stated that in reference to the precise border between Kuwait and Iran, that she served in Kuwait 20 years before then, and now we took no position on these Arab affairs. Similarly believed that war was not imminent. On the 26th of July, okay, so it'd be then, only a few days before Iraq invasion, OPC officially said that Kuwait and the United had agreed to a proposal to limit their oil output to 1.5 million barrels per day, down nearly 2 million barrels a day they had each been pumping, thus potentially setting differences over policy between and Iraq. What's the date? July 07-26 dash 90 OPC OPEC Kuwait and the UAE agreed to. .5. This was down from the nearly 2 million. They were originally producing put a the result of Judah talks. The result of Judah talk was an Iraqi demand to cover the loss from Somalia. They offered the an immediate order to invasion, which started on the Okay. Before the invasion, the Kuwait military was believed to have numbered 1,600 men, arranged into 3 armored. The pre-war strength of Ukrainian Air Force was around 18. Iraqi commando infiltrated the Kuwait border first to prepare for the major units, which began the attack at midnight. Let's go the conflict right here. The conflict. Iraqi commandos infiltrated the Kuwait borders first to prepare for major units. Infiltrated the This happened at midnight on paste. This happened at midnight on August 2nd, 1999. I mean 1990. What the fuck? The Iraq attack had God, I forgot to put in a second T. Two prongs. All right, here we go. Primary attack force. Went down south. Straight for straight down the highway. All right, where was I? And a support attack force entered Quake farther west, but then turned, driving east, cutting off Quake City from the country's southern half. The commander of the Quaking Army Battalion deployed them against the Iraqi attack and conducted a robust defense at the Battle of the Bridges near. So was this the secondary attack? I can't tell. Let's look into this. On August local time, we were caught unprepared despite the diplomatic tension and Iraqi buildup on the border. No, all right, we don't need the background. We already knew that. We have been putting on alert August 1st. It took about 8 hours to equip the ammunition and supplies. However, given the limited time and lack of preparedness, the brigade had to deploy before fully supplied and with less than half of its were prepared. Colin Smale departed with an attack company at 4:30 with the rest of the units leaving about 600. The camp was kilometers, so they moved east and deployed the west of the charter between the Highway 70 and 6th Road Bridge. Deployed neither their flakes. The careless behavior and failure to use communications were to be a defining feature of Iraqi units in battle. Was first to engage the Iraqi, sometimes after firing short range and hailing the Iraqi response was slow and ineffective. Iraqi units continued to arrive at the scene, apparently unaware of the situation, allowing the Quakes to engage infantry still in trucks and even to destroy a SPG that was sitting on transport trailer. From Iraqi reports, it appeared that much of the 17th Brigade was not significantly delayed and continued advocating on its objective in Quake City. Continued advancing on its objective in Quake City. At 1100, elements of a division of the Iraqi Republic Guard approached along Highway 70 from the west and direct from the 7th Bridge. Alright, let's look at the map here so I can kind of get a ooh, that was not good. Fuck. I guess it doesn't matter. I really don't care if people know where the fuck I am. trying to find what the if there's a compass on it. Okay, so this is highway. This is Highway 70 right here. And it goes right through to there. So that's where the battle happened, was on Highway 70. Okay. So this was the second, this was the secondary. So the main highway. And a supporting attack force entering Quake farther west, but then turned and driving east, cutting off Quake City. Is that where 70 goes? So then they came from here and went like that. Okay. I assume that this is the main highway that they're talking about, Highway 80, that the first one went down. So brigade. Near. Yeah, so then they met up right about here. Okay. That makes sense. So then the secondary, or the support attack. I don't know why the fuck I did that. City. Deployed. Al-Jahar. Near Al-Jahar. Battle of the Bridges. may not expect to oppose their deployment in road columns, and were neither. Was not only delayed and continued on its objective. Let's watch a video about the Battle of the Bridges. The Battle of the Bridges. The Battle of the Bridges. I don't get what this is.
Of Jalal al-Atraf was a battle that took place on the.
So that just read the.
Throughout the Cold War, Iraq had been an ally of the Soviet Union, and there was a history of friction between Iraq and the United States. Palestinian politics, Abu Nidal, which led to Iraq's inclusion on a developing society were rising for oil production. The CIA reported that Iraq had moved 30,000 troops to the Iraq-Kuwait border, and the U.S. naval fleet in the Persian Gulf was On August 2, 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait with the bombing of its capital. Iraqi commandos infiltrated the Kuwaiti border first to prepare for the major units, which began the attack at midnight. The Iraqi attack had two prongs, with the primary attack force driving south straight for Kuwait City down the main highway, and a supporting attack force entering Kuwait farther west. But then turning and driving east, cutting off Kuwait City from the country's southern half. The commander of a Kuwaiti armored battalion, 35th Armored Brigade, deployed them against the Iraqi attack and conducted a robust defense at the Battle of the
Bro, this is literally just the fucking Wikipedia article that I was reading.
Bridges near Al-Jarrah, west of Kuwait City. Kuwaiti aircraft scrambled to meet the invading force, but approximately 20% were lost or captured. A few combat sorties were flown against Iraqi ground forces, The main Iraqi thrust into Kuwait City was conducted by commandos deployed by helicopters and boats to attack the city from the sea, while other divisions seized the airports and 2 air bases. The Iraqis attacked the Dasman Palace, the royal residence of Kuwait's emir, Jaber al-Ahmad al-Jaber al-Sabah, which was defended by the Emiri Guard supported with M84 tanks. In the process, the Iraqis killed Fahad al-Ahmad al-Jaber al-Sabah, the emir's youngest brother. Within 12 hours, most resistance had ended within Kuwait, and the royal family had fled, allowing Iraq to control most of Kuwait. After 2 days of intense combat, most of the Kuwaiti military were either overrun by the Iraqi Republican Guard or had escaped to Saudi Arabia. The emir and key ministers fled south along the highway for refuge in Saudi Arabia. Iraq
I think after this, I'm gonna quit the stream. It's been a long stream. 12 hours. Provisional Government of Free Kuwait. installed his cousin. All right. All right, I'm done for the day. All right, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'll keep doing research on Monday when I get it done working. All right, I'll see you guys later. Peace.